your audio.
Yep, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Councilor Barr checking in.
Good morning, Councilor Barr. You're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councilor. Good morning, Councilor Fortini. Could we just check your mic, please?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
right, call to order. As we begin today's meeting, we would like to acknowledge that we are gathering here today on the treaty territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and before them, the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Huron, and Wendat. We also acknowledge that many First Nation, Métis, Inuit, and other global Indigenous people that now call Brampton their home. We are honored to live, work, and enjoy this land. Good morning and welcome to our meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. All members, actually we will have the city clerk confirm who is online and which members are present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Singh. Online, we have members Brar, Medeiros, and Fortini. And in the room, we have Mayor Brown, Councillor Santos, Vicente, Keenan, Power, Tour, and yourself, Deputy Mayor Singh.
Thank you. And moving on, we have approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? Okay, Councillor Santos?
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add an item that was actually showcased last night on Canada's Got Talent. Two dancers from Brampton who were performing last night and are competing on the world stage. They have submitted a video delegation and would like to add that to the agenda.
Okay, so we have an added delegation, and I believe Councillor Keenan, before you confirm the number, we'll also have an amendment that'll help numberize, I guess, the delegation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just hoping to move the RRL delegations to last on the delegations list.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So could we go through the changes then, I guess, from 6.8 and on?
Yes, so the added delegation from Councillor Santos would be number 6.10, and we will also have a motion to reorder the agenda such that the RRL delegations would be dealt with as the last delegation item.
Yeah, we'll move that part of the consent motion to move the delegations. So does 6.8 automatically become 6.10, or is that, how will that work?
It will be listed as item 6.10, but then
Okay.
in dealing with the order, we will deal with the RRL.
Okay, so
delegations as
6.9 will become 6.8, correct?
The numbers will remain the
Okay,
same,
okay, sorry,
it's just the
yeah.
order that we'll deal with them.
So it'll go 6.9, 6.10, and then 6.8. Okay, perfect. No, I'll move them for that. Okay. We have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to approve the agenda. Is anybody opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will so note for the meeting minutes. Committee, as part of our consent motion, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. I'll start by reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. 7.1 staff report update regarding government relations. We'll hold that. 8.2.1 staff report regarding request for budget amendment, developer reimbursement for the development of 2 neighborhood parks and 1 pedestrian trail, wards 4, 6, and 8. Okay, that is consent. 8.2.2 staff report regarding results of 2023 auto theft reduction pilot project. Yep.
I'll hold that.
Okay, held. 8.3 will be held for a discussion, which is a discussion item at the request of Mayor Brown regarding the Men Who Cook Century Garden Reservation. 8.3.2 minutes, Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, February 1st, 2024. Okay, that is consent. 9.2.1 will be held because of the delegations and communication. 9.4.2 is correspondence and petition from Mahesh Mully, taxi industry member, regarding request for a review of taxi tariff rates. This item has attachments. That is in consent. 9.4.3, correspondence from the Honorable Brahmeet Singh Sarkaria, Minister of Transportation, regarding Towing and Storage Safety and Enforcement Act. That is in consent. 10.2.1, staff report regarding external funding report and sponsorship and naming policy housekeeping amendments. That is in consent. 11.2.1, staff report regarding enhancing accessibility and inclusion initiative supported employment program. That is in consent. 11.2.2, staff report regarding purchasing activity quarterly report, fourth quarter 2023. That is in consent. 11.2.3, staff report regarding active consulting contracts, fourth quarter 2023. That is in consent. 11.2.4, staff report regarding annual statement of remuneration and expenses for 2023. That is in consent. Staff report regarding bylaw to establish tax ratios for 2024. That is in consent. Discussion item on the Faraday bags will be held. This 11.3.2, discussion item from Councillor Maderos will also be held. 12.2.1, staff report regarding 40 kilometers an hour speed limit neighborhood pilot results citywide. That is in consent. Thank you to staff for all the work on that project. 12.2.2, staff report regarding time limit parking Ace Drive, Ward 9. Okay, that will be held. 12.2.1, okay. Okay, 12.2.1 has also been held. 12.2.3, staff report regarding a request to begin procurement, implementation of physical traffic calming measure citywide recommendations. That is in consent. Staff report regarding request to begin procurement, implementation of green pavement markings for bike lanes citywide. That is in consent. Staff report regarding request to begin procurement for engineering services for Clarkway Drive improvements from Castlemore to Mayfield Road. That is held by Councillor Zeuer. 12.2.66, staff report regarding request to begin procurement for public work repairs West Side 2024 recommendations. That is in consent. 12.2.7, staff report regarding budget amendment and recommendations report Etobicoke Creek Wetland Enhancement Project Ontario Transfer Payment Agreement, Ward 2. That is in consent. 12.2.8, staff report regarding a request to begin procurement for the replacement of Heritage Road culverts over Heritage Creek north of Steeles Avenue West, Ward 6. That is in consent. 12.3.1, minutes, Brampton School Traffic Safety Council, March 7th, 2024. That is in consent. 12.3.2 is the discussion item at the request of Mayor Brown regarding traffic lights. That will be held for discussion. 13.1, referred matters list, first quarter update 2024. That is in consent. 15.1, open meeting exception under section 2392C of the Municipal Act 2001 to propose or pending acquisition of disposition of land by the municipality or local board. That is in consent. 15.2, open meeting exception under section 2392K of the Municipal Act 2001 will be held for a presentation. And then 15.3, open meeting exception under section 2392K of the Municipal Act 2001, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. That is in consent. The clerk will summarize those items held by members for consideration or not part of the consent motion prior to approval of the motion.
Thank you, Chair Singh. Holding currently, we have items 7.1, 8.22, 8.31, 9.2.1, 11.2.6, 11.3.1, 11.3.2, 12.2.1, 12.2.2, 12.2.5, 12.3.2, and 15.2. Holding.
Today we are having the Auto Theft Summit for the GTA. It's happening right now, so I am in two places at once. I have a role at the We have all the chiefs of police across the GTHA there to really deal with an issue that is terrifying our residents. And so I have to go back there at 11. Just want to say the items that we've held here, that I've held, are pretty straightforward, but if I could ask council's indulgence, that if I could either speak to them before or after I come back from the Auto Summit, because they are topics that are important.
Sure, and we'll keep in mind after the delegations, and no problem. And if we have to hold things until you come back, that's not a problem at all. Okay? That's a very important summit, and I hope it goes well. I have a motion moved by Councillor Brown to approve the consent motion. All in favor? The motion carries. There are no announcements for today's meeting. Public delegations, starting 6.1. Delegation from Henry. Government and Community Liaison, Major William Dwight Sharp, Branch 15, Royal Canadian Legion, regarding changes to the lease for 80 Mary Street. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you here.
Always a pleasure. Well, good morning, Committee of Council. Obviously, I've been sure enough times that we're referring to me as Henry now. So I love that. A number of items will be dealt with in camera, in closed session today. So I'm not going to go through the briefing note that you have. There's not enough time in any event. So we're here essentially from the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 15 to ask for some changes to the lease for 80 Mary Street, which we rent from the city. Can I have the next slide, please? So Branch 15 commenced our operations about in July, it'd be 98 years ago. Now that's as a Legion. Prior to that, we were the Great War Veterans Association, so we go back even further. It's about 103 years that we've been operating in Brampton. And we provide support to veterans, which we all know, right? But we also have significant impact on the Brampton community with respect to seniors and youth through their own initiatives and ours working together as community partners. Can I have the next slide, please? Here's the current situation. So the home of Branch 15 is at 80 Mary Street under a lease with the city. It is responsible for its own utility payments and an annual contribution to the reserve fund for this building. And the reserve fund contribution increases 2% annually. And it's been recently determined that, notwithstanding that it's not in our lease agreement, we're also paying utilities for the parking lot, which is right in front of the building, and for the Horseshoe Club, which is next to us. And my understanding is we've been doing that for the last 18 years. But that's not part of the tenancy agreement with the Legion. It is part of the tenancy agreement to pay the utilities for the interior of the building, but not the exterior. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, notwithstanding that we operate almost at capacity, the reserve fund contributions are such that there is now a deficit in our operating costs. And that deficit will increase annually as the reserve fund contributions increase annually. And of course, this is aggravated by the fact that we're paying utilities for the parking lot and for the Horseshoe Club. So that's the dilemma. Now, I must state something that's very, very important. We do an annual Poppy campaign, and that money goes into the Poppy Trust account. Okay, it's a very healthy account. From that, we take it out to support our veterans, et cetera, youth, cadet corps. We can't touch that money for anything like utilities or paying staff, or it's a trust fund. We can't touch that, okay? Can I have the next slide, please? So, here's the solution. The solution lies in a tenancy agreement amendment that eliminates both the utility charges, interior and exterior, and any reserve fund contributions commencing this year to tenancy. Our tenancy runs from August 1st to July 31st every year. With those amendments, we'll be able to continue our operations for the foreseeable future and continue our significant impact on the Brampton community. I have listed in the briefing notes all the areas that we're covering. We're talking about seniors groups, we're talking about donations to women's shelters, youth shelters. We are working with Field Police on the Leave the Streets Behind. We have a number of partnerships with the community. Now, it's a big ask, I know, but these requested amendments are based on the terms of tenancy agreements for 4 other nonprofit organizations that are in the downtown core. Next slide. Actually, I think I'm done. Yeah, we're done. So, wow, I'm on time this time. I think I can
That's
first.
fantastic. Thank you for sticking to the time limit, and thank you for everything you do beyond your work here, but for the community as well. It's always great to see you. Do any members have any questions?
No, just Councillor Singh, if I could just say thank you, Henry, for being such an incredible advocate for veterans. We're lucky to have you in Brampton and look forward to seeing how we can be supportive.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So I'm assuming we're looking for a referral back to staff so we could work on
Yeah,
that?
and the staff, and what part of my delegation, actually, that broke up, please don't put me on a reserve list. I've been there and done that and been on there forever.
Yeah.
But staff has been aware for several months that this was coming up, and they actually got a copy of this briefing note long before you guys did.
Perfect. We'll have Councillor Keenan refer this delegation back to staff. More than happy to do so. And you can follow up with staff, and Marlon's right there for further communications, or Councillor Keenan as a mover. We have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to refer this back to staff. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving on to 6.2, delegation from Gurpreet Malhotra, Chief Executive Officer, Indus Community Services, regarding Indus Community Services long-term care facility.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the time to appear before council and senior staff. It's really appreciated. I'm privileged to be the CEO of Indus Community Services, one of the largest South Asian servicing organizations in the country, and we're proud to have 3 of our 7 locations here in Brampton. Slide, please. Just to give you a quick bit of background on the organization, the lower blue quadrant, the community access labeled section, is the kind of work that we already do. We're funded by Ontario Health to provide adult day services, caregiver support, friendly visiting, and senior wellness programs to the local population. Seniors housing, the purple quadrant, is something that we're working on and moving ahead with, happily with the support of the City of Brampton, and I'm not here to talk about that today, but we're really pleased with how that's progressing. The green quadrant, the long-term care, highlights 2 projects, one that's in Mississauga in partnership with Trillium Health Partners in Yihong, and the other one is here in Brampton. It's in partnership with the Thrive Group. They're a nonprofit operating organization. And the red quadrant, just for your information, is around extended supports and our dream of what other supports we'd be able to provide in the future to the very large South Asian community here in Brampton and Peel. Next slide, please. Just again to recap, Indus Community Services has, in 2018, it actually put an application in for long-term care, and by 2020, we, with the support of the council, we were able to be allocated 192 beds to build a long-term care that was culturally specific here in Brampton. About a year later, in 2021, Brampton City Council approved another community group to receive 5 acres of land, and we appeared here before council to ask for similar treatment, and we're very pleased to receive that. And a location for the proposed long-term care is at 0 Goreway Drive. So effectively, Humber West Parkway and Goreway, where they meet, is a parcel of land of approximately 2.4 acres or so. But that was in 21. In 23, in August, we finally received the first draft of the land lease agreement with the City of Brampton. We, as an agency, have committed to and completed the flood analysis, as well as the work around the soil analysis, and we are preparing to do more work to make sure that we satisfy any requirements put out by the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority. Now, on March 24, we've been continuing conversations and negotiations, if you will, with the city around how to structure the 50-year lease for the land. And it's becoming incredibly cumbersome and difficult. And this is why I'm here, to see if we can find a better way forward. Next slide, please. Excuse me. So, looking at this, just to give you an idea of where the process is, and I understand it's a very small font, but after several years worth of work and inclusion in our previous strat plan, we are still at box 1. We are somewhere in between, yes, it is small font, somewhere in between the allotment of the beds and the procurement of the land. So we're still at box 1. We have a great deal of work left to do. Our board is dedicated towards making that happen, and so is the rest of the organization. And we'd like to be able to find a way to make this a little easier. The current lease as proposed is a lease between, it's designed as if it's a lease between a transaction, a commercial real estate transaction between the city and a for-profit entity. And that is not something that is working really well. It's got automatic terminations built into the lease, so that if we're delayed pouring a foundation, for example, everything could be over. The more we add these sorts of covenants onto the lease, the more difficult it becomes for us to be able to go to the Ministry of Long-Term Care to receive their support. Another part of the lease, for example, is that we have to have the money before we can sign the lease, and guess what? We need to have the lease before we can go procure the money. So there's difficulties there, so we would like to work with staff on the idea, next slide please, of requesting a transfer of land ownership. And that's what we'd like to be able to reduce time and cost involved with this, so we can bring a much-needed community support out to the community, provide stability for the project, streamline development, and reduce mutual risk exposure. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you. Okay, we will receive the delegation and take in your comments into consideration. I think they've been heard, and we'll move forward accordingly with our legal department because it's a contract and active negotiation.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Tour to receive the delegation. Anybody opposed? No? Oh, wait. Everybody in favor? Yeah? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. Moving on, delegation from Tanya Burkhart, leader of Peel Acorn, regarding Ontario Acorn renovation project. Sorry, correct me. I know.
Renovation, it's okay.
I was trying to get eviction. I know it's related, but it's not the same thing. I know.
It's a big word.
Yeah.
So good morning, Mayor Brown, council members, and everyone here today. I'm along with city staff. Ontario Acorn, or Acorn Canada, released a renovation report last week. In Ontario, we've looked at N12 and N13 data from LTB over a 5-year period. So next slide, please. We've looked at N12s, which is when a landlord claims that their family members or significant others want to occupy the unit and remove the tenant. And N13 can be used for a variety of reasons, and we looked at just basically whether they want to carry out renovations, displace the tenant, and raise the rent afterwards. And so that's kind of the perspective we're taking on N13s. Next slide, please. And we use this from a Freedom of Information Act at LTB, and we're looking at trends in N12s and N13s. So next slide, please. So this is the number of N12s. It's a 70% increase from 2017 to 2021 in Ontario. Next slide, please. There's been a 300% increase in N13s filed between 2017 and 2021 in Ontario. So next slide, please. Brampton ranks second in the number of N12 used between 2017 and 2021. And I think the reason for that is additional rental units. So it's typically rental units in homes versus multi-residential. And we're seventh with 112 N13s for that same time period. Next slide, please. We believe the numbers are a gross underestimate It doesn't take into account cash for keys buyout, which is essentially a tenant receives a notice on their door stating, offering them amount of money to leave in a specified period of time, which is typically 90 days. It's very detrimental to tenants because they often don't know their rights, and the current rental market is often much higher than what they're paying now. And so it kind of leaves tenants in a precarious position where they might be left homeless or basically in very precarious housing. Next slide, please. As per 2022 data pertaining to N13 applications, about 20% of applications were filed by numbered companies, and so tenants find it very difficult to fight in N13 simply because they don't know who the landlord is and they don't know how to file the paperwork at LTB with a numbered company. Next slide, please. Darlene has submitted written testimony, and her story is about Poulos Investments or Drake Property Management and how they've tried to buy her out of her unit and how she's had to fight in unlivable conditions, and she's basically surviving on ODSP. She has a severe health condition and can't afford to work, and if she were to be rent-evicted, she would basically be left homeless because she can't afford market rent. So next slide, please. Why we need Brampton to take a look at this. In the province, there's lack of vacancy control after November of 2018, and it allows landlords to raise the rent by any amount on a unit that the tenant has been displaced from. So that's a large economic incentive for landlords to re-rent units at much higher rents. Tenants' entitlements and compensation in cash for keys buyouts often don't account for market rents. And renovations function to make housing unlivable for tenants who choose to stay. And the RTA doesn't establish a clear process that enables tenants to reoccupy their unit after the renovation. And the renovation has to be tracked by the tenants, so they have to determine when they can return. And often the landlord can be deceptive and rent out the unit from underneath them. And the tenant has no recourse at LTB. Next slide, please. 91,000 households are in some form of housing, core housing need, or they need housing assistance. There's 128 encampments in 2023, and that's 167% increase from last year. And Peel shelters are at 270% over capacity. I think that number is much higher than 270%. And so a strong rent eviction bylaw can help protect existing affordable housing and prevent homelessness. Next slide, please. Hamilton has recently passed a renovation license and relocation bylaw. And basically some of the features are ensuring that when an N13 is filed.
Sorry, Tanya, we're almost out of time. If you could just.
Yes, so all of the components of that bylaw are listed on that slide. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer that.
Okay. Do any members have any questions regarding the renoviction report? Sorry for the mispronunciation earlier. Okay, hearing none, we'll have a motion to receive the delegation by Councillor Vicente. All in favor? Thank you. That carries. Thank you so much for your time. And I made an error. Actually, I missed the 6.3, and we'll go back to deep tour. And then after will be 6.5. Molly, you'll be next just to prepare you. 6.3, deep tour, Director Gardier, Inc., regarding bylaw amendment and product compact auto theft.
Yep. Good morning, Council. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Deep Tour, and I'll be talking about residential bollards and how we can use them to combat auto thefts in Brampton and Peel, and hopefully in all of Ontario as well. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to be going over the contents of the presentation, just understanding the rise in car thefts. So residential bollards and a collaborative approach that we can take with private and Brampton to bring these into play. Next slide, please. So getting started with understanding the rise in car thefts themselves. Next slide, please. 2023 saw over 8,000, more than 8,000 cars stolen within Peel And recent reports from Global News say that we can see 8,100 more car thefts this year, or it can be even more than that if nothing is done. Next slide, please. So, how are these car thefts happening? One of the key factors that we see here is keyless entry hacking. Can be seen as a common factor of accessing vehicles. Combining that with easy access driveways and a lack of deterrence in Brampton, make it easy for thieves to steal carjack vehicles. Next slide, please. So this is where residential bollards would come into play. Next slide, please. So the example image shown in front of you is an image from a residential lot in Toronto, safeguarded by 2 bollards. So this prevents unauthorized removal of the vehicles. These are retractable into the ground bollards. Next slide, please. So the types of bollards and how do they work? So there's 3 main types of bollards. There's manual removable bollards, there's retractable bollards that come in automatic, semi-automatic, and manual. These are retractable into the ground and do require some digging. There's also fixed bollards as well, and these help with protecting the perimeter of a property and the borders of a property as well. Next slide, please. So this image shown in front of you is ideal positioning for a fixed and automatic bollard to protect vehicles. Ideally placing the automatic bollard parallel to the sidewalk and as close as possible to the sidewalk as well. Next slide, please. So how can we work together to combat car thefts and make bollard placement easier? Next slide, please. So the most prominent issue that we face with bollard placement is the current property lines in Brampton, current restriction on property lines. This will be discussed on the next slide. But so the collaborative approach between Brampton and private bollard companies would show that Brampton is first off the line in combating car thefts and would encourage the community to install proactive security measures like the bollards on their properties. Next slide, please. So talking about the policy issue here, the restriction on bollard placement arises from the current property lines in Brampton, Peel as well, and I do know that it's an Ontario-wide issue too. These property lines start at the water service boxes, the location of which varies from house to house and from street to street. The image shown in front of you gives you a general idea of where the property lines are currently located and where they're shown on Brampton Survey, property service as well. Thus, I propose that either the property lines be moved to the start of the sidewalk closest to the driveway, closest to the residential property, or permission be given for bollard installation companies to do work on the city side of the driveway rather than the residential side. So this will provide homeowners with easy and safe access to the property, not compromising any parking space, and restricting thieves from unauthorized removal of these vehicles. I want to just emphasize on parking spaces. If we currently use the currently property line to place these bollards, they may even take up 1 to 2 parking spaces. Inevitably, just nobody will buy them. So, just to quickly conclude, the residential bollard system is an innovative solution to curb the rise in auto thefts with 0 cost to the city. The only support from the city that will be needed would be with respect to policy changes to accommodate for these residential bollards. So together, working with private and working with the city, we can make Brampton be the first to take action against the car thefts. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your delegation. I have a question from Councillor Tour.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that presentation. We can tell you've done your homework on this. I like the slide where you talked about this being a shared responsibility, where we take our responsibility as a municipal government, to combat auto theft. The mayor's going to talk more about it later as well, about the things that we've already worked on. But the more solutions that we can have towards this problem, there's not one perfect solution. The more solutions we can have is better. I know earlier last year, I had discussion with staff around, you know, appropriate fencing and what kind of bylaws we have around that, around homes. And, you know, I believe we're still looking at some of those options there. I like this idea of the bollards. If there are homeowners that want to do this on their property, I would say let's try to find a way that we can make it happen so that it's actually a reality. It's not, I understand you know, with the property lines there, what you're saying is if the bollards are too close to the home, it's not a practical solution for them at the end of the day. But if we can find out a way that we can make this work, I would love to see that. So I would like to refer this back to, I would say, planning staff, Commissioner Ganesh, to look into this and see if there's some ways that we can work on this so that it allows property owners to take services of someone like them or anybody else that's in that business to safeguard their home.
Through the chair, through to Councillor Tour, happy to receive the delegation and have the delegate work with the staff. It's quite timely as we're updating our urban design guidelines, and we'll bring that forward to council later this year. So we'll work with the respective departments to report back.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ganesh. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Tour. Oh, sorry. Oh, Mayor Brown.
So, Councillor, just to echo Councillor Tour's comments, I hate that it's gotten to this point, that residents have to purchase bollards, and hopefully we finally get the government to buy the scanners at the ports to stop this like we've seen in other jurisdictions. I'm hopeful that's going to happen. But any tool a local resident wants to use while we wait for that action by senior levels of government, I think we should make as easy as possible. And so if there's anything that inhibits our ability to do that, I hope that we can get that report back from planning quickly, so we can continue to say everything locally we are doing to tackle auto thefts, from the highest increase in a police budget to Faraday bags. We are doing everything possible, and if this is a tool that can be used, I'm all for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Deep, for your presentation. I have a motion moved by Councillor Tour to refer the delegation back to staff. All in favor? The motion carries. 6.5, delegation from Molly McGuckin, Brampton resident, regarding proposal to rename Loafers Lake Park, Paul Pleshy Park. Molly, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship, Mayor Brown, and members of council. My name is Molly McGuckin, and I'm here to request that Loafers Lake Park, located beside Sandalwood Parkway in Heart Lake, be renamed Paul Pleshy Park. I came to live in Heart Lake in December 1982, when the area was in its infancy. By 1985, Paul Pleshy was elected City Councillor for Wards 2 and 6, as well as Regional Councillor. In those early days, Paul was always on hand to listen to any concerns expressed by the residents in the area and responded promptly to any issues raised. An issue of monumental concern arose in February 2007 when a proposal was put forward by Royal Cliff Developments Incorporated to develop over 4 hectares of land at the northwest corner of Conestoga Drive and Sandalwood Parkway. The plan was for 1,396 high-rise units consisting of 6 towers ranging in height from 18 to 32 stories, as well as 47 3-story townhouses. Alarm bells rang loud and clear within the Heart Lake community, and a 19-member task force, of which I was a member, was formed. As the Citizens for Managed Development in Loafers Lake, we worked tirelessly to reverse this proposal. Throughout our long struggle, it was Paul Pleshy who came to our aid with his relentless support. Our fight even took us to an OMB hearing where we voiced our concerns. Paul attended numerous meetings with us at the former Loafers Lake Recreation Center, now renamed in his honor. Having such a strong ally at City Hall emboldened us to face up to the developer. In the end, the OMB decision was reversed, and a very attractive townhouse development completed last year now graces the site. I believe we have a picture for that one. I believe that as a community, we owe our success to Paul spearheading the campaign to defeat what would have been a disastrous development for the residents of Heart Lake. He would indeed have been pleased to see the outcome of his tireless efforts. Last October, I was thrilled when I discovered that Loafers Lake Recreation Center was renamed Paul Peleschi Recreation Center to honor Paul's contribution to the residents in our community. The center is located beside Loafers Lake Park and is opposite the townhouse development that would have been Paul's dream. The park is a place where the memories of loved ones are celebrated with the installation of commemorative benches and planting of trees. It is also an active park where there are fitness stations, a vibrant children's playground, and a large field where soccer and baseball games are played. People can also enjoy walking and cycling on the trails. Paul Peleschi was a man of action in our community, and I believe that renaming Loafers Lake Park as Paul Peleschi Park would be a further fitting tribute to him and would link the two areas of recreation.
Molly, if we could ask, we got a lot of delegations, if you could wrap up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Besides, Paul Peleschi Park has a nice alliterative ring to it, don't you think? I trust that you will give my proposal your consideration, and I look forward to a favorable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation about a wonderful man as well. We have some questions. Councillor Vicente, then followed by Mayor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and Molly, thank you so much for your very concise and beautiful tribute to Councillor Peleschi, Senior, as it were. Many of us had the privilege and opportunity to interact with him as you did in your time when he was a representative here in the city. And loved your request, and when I first heard of it, I thought it was a beautiful thing for you to come here and to delegate. And as things work here, I'd be very honored to thank you on behalf of Michael, who is not here today, but certainly would be very appreciative of your words about his father. And I would be honored to ask staff to look into this and to report back to us on your request.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
I think Councillor Vicente already moved the motion, but I think it's appropriate we renamed the recreation center there after Paul Peleschi, so it's consistent with that renaming. I know Michael Peleschi has been careful not to participate in these conversations, but you know, I think we all feel the same way, that his father made incredible contributions, and if anything, you know, we should be incredibly proud of his legacy. And I know when we spoke about it before, he actually said, "Oh, I don't want anyone to think that I'm biased on this." So, you know, he's always taken a back seat to these conversations. So it's appropriate that we pass this unanimously when he's not even here, so we send a message that we all feel the same way. And so, whether it goes to community services or whether there's some way we can do it faster procedurally, I'd be open to however we can achieve what might have been an oversight from the original renaming of the community center. Is there a faster way to do it, or does Councillor Visante's motion achieve it in the proper procedural order?
Through the chair to our mayor, the motion does achieve that, and staff can report back as early as the next council meeting.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, good news. So we have a motion moved by Councilor Vicente to send the delegation back to staff. All in favor? The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Moving on, our next delegation is from Dr. Azad Goyed. No, it's not. They have two sets. This is the two delegations. Yeah. So first, the video will play. You have a video?
To play the same video, so I want to use his video.
No, hold on. Sorry. What's your request?
The same video, same video is to be played in Ravi's delegation. So I request the city council and city clerk to use
separate.
that
It's
video
on the
for me.
agenda, separate. Yeah, sorry. I can't hear you. You got to say it one more time.
Okay, the video which is to be played.
Yeah.
Ravi is playing same video.
So you don't want to play a video?
So I want his video to be played here so that there is no duplication.
Is it the same video or a different video?
Kind of same, but yeah.
So you want his video played now, and then you're only gonna get 5 minutes, so
Yes,
it's
yes,
gonna eat your time. You're
yes,
okay with that?
yes.
Then he will have 5 minutes only.
Okay.
Is it about?
I think it was discovered the day before. 25 students in a basement apartment. That's her.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go. And so is this a video?
Speak.
Okay. So can we start the timer and start the video?
I think it was discovered the day before. 25 students in a basement apartment. That's her.
Well, we got a complaint and there was 25 students living in the same 2-unit dwelling. Imagine that. 24 students in a 2-unit dwelling. That was a serious safety risk. We had another instance where we got a complaint on Cousins Court. 25 tenants residing on site. 8 of the 25 lived in the basement.
A house or basement where city was stating that there were 25 people living in the same house. Was that in the same house or in the same basement, or what was that actual statement?
So it's in the same house. They're all living in the same house, and the house had 2 registered units. So the house had 2 legal units.
Okay.
But
the delegation regarding illegal versus compliant. So I strongly oppose the word illegal because those are not the compliant units. These are the non-compliant units, not the illegal. So city council should, in the future, the word used non-compliant, which has not followed the fire code or building code. Regarding the slum landlord, enough is enough. Those who protested and delegated or boycotted the delegation are compliant homeowners who exposed and are exposing the flaws of RRL. If the compliant Brampton residents are called slum, then what we should call the elected representative who are representing the slum landlord. There's a fill in the blanks. The council should fill that word by themselves. 25 students in a basement. You watch the video. Oh my God. Finally, the truth revealed. Fake story. Those politicians are chameleon, mean changing statements like clothes and shoes, and chameleon is a person who is changeable or inconsistent. We demand the resignation of the elected coward representatives who are involved in fake stories, statement, and defamed Brampton reputation across the globe. And this was to counteract the effect of RRL, which is not a project to be implemented in Brampton. We strongly demand an open apology from the council to Brampton residents and release press statements because Brampton reputation has been hurted a lot. We also demand the media houses who covered these stories without asking the proof from the city to feel sorry to the residents of Brampton and expose those who involved in to restore the integrity of the media. So we demand from the city council to have a recorded vote on this issue, whether these stories were true or these were false. Because city council you are representing the 700,000 plus residents in Brampton. So how you can defame when we are electing and putting you in this chair and you are defaming us? So we need a recorded vote, and whatever the statements were given, that must be corrected through the public, medias, social medias, and through the print media. Because this is not a small thing. Brampton landlords are not slum landlords. We are the compliant people. We did our delegation because we were compliant. Because city should bring a project, not the RRL, but how to make the non-compliant unit to compliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, your delegation has been received. Dr. Ravi Sal. Oh, you want to talk? Okay. It's not showing up on the, 1 second, we're just having technical difficulties. It's not showing up on my screen.
I'm trying to get on.
Yeah, you're on the, okay, you can.
Thank
go.
you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to provide some clarification because a video was played of me in an intermedia interview. Unfortunately, that video and clip was taken completely out of context because what was removed was the follow-up statement in that media interview, possibly intentionally removed in order to take things out of context. So the conclusion of that sentence in the interview with respect to the 25 people living in the house was that regardless of whether or not you have a registered unit or not registered unit, if you have 25 people living in a house that is violating fire code, building code, safety codes, you name it, and you are discovered to be operating in that way, question to the city solicitor, is that property then operating illegally?
Through the chair, the word illegal, as I understand it, means to be contrary to the law. So if they are operating contrary to the building code or other legislation, like the fire code, I don't think it's inappropriate to call that illegal.
Correct. And is it not true, back over to planning as well as building, that there's a completely different set of rules when it comes to group homes and lodging homes?
Through the chair, through to Councilor Santos, that's correct. There's different definitions and criteria for both of those.
So if the definition criteria for group homes and lodging homes is more than a certain number of people living in a house, let's say 25 people, and that house has not registered as a group home or a lodging home, are they also operating illegally?
Through the chair, yes, I don't see any problem with using the term illegal for that operation.
Okay, so the problem that I have in terms of this particular delegation is that it is also full of misinformation and taking things completely out of context. And so because I was named in that video, I needed to provide clarification with respect to whether or not you're registered or not. There is still a chance that you could be operating illegally, such as in this case, where they were illegally operating a group home, lodging home that was not registered, and they also were violating fire code, building code, property standard codes, you name it, which then requires that they are illegally operating. The other thing that I wanted to point out is in regards to the definition of slumlords. Now, I know that folks have issues with the mayor, myself, and others, some residents as well who delegated, in terms of using the word slumlord. Slumlord is actually in the dictionary. It is defined by Merriam-Webster as a slumlord, a landlord who receives unusually large profits from substandard, poorly maintained properties. That is in the dictionary. And so for people to say that we're using that term out of context is actually false, because it is in the dictionary defined as a landlord who receives unusually large profits from substandard, poorly maintained properties. And in fact, the RRL pilot program does deal with the definition of the word slumlord. No further comments.
Mayor Brown?
Just to say, we have our agenda, which is published, and we have a section on the agenda to talk about the RL. Mr. Goyette was asked if this was about RL. He said no, and then spoke about the RL. The problem I have is there'll be an opportunity on the agenda to talk about this, but we've got delegations that were waiting. You've jumped the queue. We've got a youth sports organization here to talk about a fundraiser for children with illnesses. I don't think it's appropriate to jump the queue. We can have the conversation, but I think it's important to be honest with what the intentions of the delegations are. So if the next delegation is to talk about RL, I think it's appropriate to wait and not jump over the people that are waiting here today. And then when it comes to the RL, we can have all that information here. So I just ask the next delegation just to be honest. If it is about RL, then maybe we can do it after, at the appropriate scheduled time.
The statement where there are 25 students in a basement dwellings, because there were the media statement at
So,
CP24,
so the chair,
at CPC, 25 students.
Wasn't a question.
Yeah,
So-
okay, we're not
so,
gonna turn it to debate.
Mr. Goy, you're hijacking the meeting. There's other people here waiting. It wasn't a question, so you don't have the floor. What I would note is there has been mistruths spoken saying the 25 students was from 5 years ago. Sadly, this happens all the time in Brampton. It happens on a regular basis. It wasn't from 5 years ago. It was from when it was mentioned a month ago. What is more harrowing, and you'll hear about it at the RL delegation, is not really the definition of what is a slumlord, which I think you took from the official definition, but if you look at the criminal code, what criminal negligence is. And we have fatalities in Brampton every year. And I asked this to Mr. Goyette when he came into my office. I said, can you imagine speaking to one of these families where someone has lost their life of a loved one in a basement apartment with substandard, illegal conditions? We have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that tenants in this city aren't dehumanized in a fashion. Vast majority of landlords are great landlords who do their part, who make sure there's proper protocols. But this council has a responsibility to make sure we don't allow fire traps where people are treated in such a dehumanized fashion. Please wait for that conversation in the agenda order. There's no.
It wasn't a question. So we're going to end here. Yeah, and we'll accept the delegation. We have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to receive the delegation. Mr. Soul, is yours about RL, or is it specifically about the terminology, and will you keep it specifically to? Okay, so let's do it. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Chair and respected councils. So here I'm going to be talking about the student rental. So students, as we all know, that's a vital part of the society, and how any regime will flourish, it all depends on that, how we are caring our students. Whether it is international students or we are talking about the resident students, all student has to be treated equally, and they should have the proper amenities for the living standards as well. Well, I think which we are all talking about from that perspective. So there are the time where the students were getting the enough kind of the discounts in the transits, in the housing, and these accommodations availabilities, and some the cities are also provisioning for their part-time jobs and the co-op opportunities, so that regardless to that, whether it's international students or it's resident students, everybody has these opportunities, so that the students have the better future. So targeting to the rental perspective, I mean how the day by day rents are going up, and the other laws are coming, municipality laws are also coming, which is forcing these students to affordable housing will be becoming a problem day by day. And what we are looking that, even we are looking that from the very specifically to the international student perspective, who has contributed the 2.3 billion annually, according to the Canadian stats, to our community. So what the city is doing to provide any affordable housing or the accommodations to that, because what we are seeing that how the different type of the rules are coming, and even from the province level or from the federal levels, the students are not getting the proper housing. So on the other hand, because everything is coming on, not looking toward the land RRL perspective, because they are related, and I know that their sentiments are attached, but I'm not referring to specifically to the RRL. I'm looking for all the different type of the different government tiers, what the rules and regulations are coming. Everybody is taking the advantage of international students, where they have contributed the $2.3 billion annually. And even from the Ontario perspective, international students from India itself has contributed the $2 billion as a tuition fee, according to the CBC articles, and that's the stats they have provided it. So according to that, so I mean, it's my recommendation, the city also need to be look forward to be ease out the bylaws, ease out to the certain the future laws, what we are going to propose it, so that we can provide the affordable housing to our students, so that I mean already there are the landlords, which is the small landlords, who are the key pillars to provide the affordable housing, and these small landlords are always targeted by the different tier of the governments, by the LTP, by the city laws, by the municipal laws, and at the end, we are also blaming that it's only the landlords is the problem who to be making that the affordable housing, but it's not only the landlord problem, it is the city, it is the every tier of the government problem. So a government has to be think from that perspective before making any kind of the law.
Thank you, and that's a very relevant topic when we talk about student housing, and you'll see some of the work I think they're going to share that's been doing. It is connected, but it's also separate, and we acknowledge that, but a lot of work has been done, so I'll put Councillor Santos, if she could provide some updates as well.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for bringing up the important issue related to international students in Brampton and how our city, together with various partners from social agencies across the entire region of Peel for over 2.5 years, have been discussing and dealing with this particular issue with international students. So folks can maybe recall, and for those who don't know, in September of 2021, when Sheridan College came to delegate asking the City of Brampton for money to expand their campus in Brampton, our council, myself, as well as Indus, so Gurpreet Malhotra, who was here, I don't know if he's still here, as well as Punjabi Community Health Services and other agencies spoke up about the treatment of international students and support for international students in the city of Brampton. And this was well before some of the exponential growth started to happen with international students coming to our city. At that time, over 2.5 years ago, we already saw what was coming ahead of other municipalities across the entire country. And from that moment on, we actually struck a steering committee and then hosted a summit of about 200 plus international students, public institutions, Region of Peel, Peel Police, representatives from the city of Brampton, who discussed what we as a city could do to support international students, not just with housing, but with mental health supports, because we saw many international students who were committing suicide because they couldn't financially sustain themselves, but also advocacy to the federal and the provincial government. And we have been working on this for years. And in December of last year, we actually signed one of the first of its kind, if not the first of its kind, an agreement, an international student charter, which involved Algoma University, Sheridan College, Humber College, Lambton College, Trios College, Indus Community Services, Punjabi Community Health Services, the region of Peel Police, you name it, a whole bunch of different institutions and agencies collaborating together to help deal with the international student issue. Many issues of which you're speaking about right now, we are already working on. And in fact, a couple of the things that came out of signing that charter and the support from that charter was our post-secondary institutions saying to us, good job on the RRL pilot, because this is actually going to help us find safer places for our international students to live. Not only that, but even before signing the charter, Algoma University, Sheridan College, Trios College, because of our work preemptively in lead up to the charter, had already been looking at ways to partner with developers as well as other institutions, including finding property managers, responsible property managers, to find better housing situations for their students. On top of that, they're partnering with social change agencies like Indus as well as PCHS to find ways to provide more mental health support for their students. On top of that, the federal government followed our lead and actually decided to put a cap on international students. On top of that, the province of Ontario also followed Brampton's lead and actually said, post-secondary institutions, in order for your students to qualify for a student visa, we're going to need to know where they live. And so thank you very much for your delegation, because we have been working very hard on the international student issue. And in fact, the RRL pilot program is one of the recommendations from all of that work.
So, I wanted to say, first of all, Ravi, thanks for coming in. I had a chance to meet with Ravi in my office a few weeks ago, and what I was heartened by and encouraged by is you came and said, I might have been one of the people upset and screaming about the RRL, but I actually want to find out how we can find solutions, and that's why I'm at the table. That's the approach we want. And you said something that I really liked. You said you would never support a slum landlord or anyone that's going to put safety at risk. At the end of the day, we still want the same things, and I think you coming in today to talk about the challenge we have in Canada with students speaks to the fact that you're interested in solutions. It's not just about saying, I don't want any change, it's about saying, how do we fix this? We don't want to see the stories of a fatality in a basement. Imagine that family, for that international student back home, all their hopes and aspirations, pooling money together to send someone to Canada for that journey and to hear about a life lost. Harrowing. Brampton has led when it comes to international students. It was our advocacy that really sparked the federal government to put a freeze on this program. Obviously, we don't get any input, any decision here locally, the number of international students coming. It was out of control. Now that we have the freeze, they're rebuilding the program. And what I have personally asked the minister to assure us is that for these post-secondary education institutions, you have to link the number of students being approved with housing. And if these international students are an ATM, which they are for these post-secondary education institutions, you have to have a plan for housing. And so I think that's starting to happen. The Government of Canada has not introduced the new plan, but what is interesting, and you'll be encouraged by, is we already have post-secondary education campuses coming in saying, we're going to build student housing. And so I think we're at the precipice of a change that's going to be helpful. There's no one magic bullet in the toolkit that's going to solve this, but international students is part of it. If you look at the worst parts of the city in terms of overcrowding. It tends to be associated with post-secondary education institutions. And I had one campus say to me, if we were going to go abroad and pitch 20,000 for the cost of tuition, we're now going to say, and you can also plan on an additional 7,000 that we're going to charge you to assure you've got proper housing. So I think what you're speaking about is about to happen. And if anything, I think we need to keep up our advocacy to the federal government to make sure that this is not loose and goosey. They have to be strict with the student visa approval process, that it's linked to housing. And we would appreciate your help on that, on advocacy, really focus. There's confusion over what level of government does what. We could use your help to make sure everyone knows we want this point crystal clear to the federal government, that it has to be linked to the student visa approval process.
And I just want to be, if I get a chance to speak on that. So right now, because when we are talking from the corporate are building this housing, which is not under control under the LTP, what kind of there will be the rent control they're going to be put on the place, because these are the private organizations, and that they will be probably not putting the rent controls on that one, and what conditions they're going to be maintaining. I mean, how we can have these they are building the compliant and affordable housing.
So just help, I can answer that question. There is no rent control in Ontario right now. As you know, that was removed, removed from new builds. But what the post-secondary education campuses are pitching is that they're guaranteeing to the builder, the private sector, we're going to take all these spots if you build it. We'll guarantee the rentals, and they started to negotiate rates. So Algoma is one. I give you an example of is working with two private sector developers. They've guaranteed all the rentals, so the students don't come. They're gonna wear it, but they managed to negotiate a large volume so they get a really competitive rate. I think in their case was $700 a month or something in that range. And so, but it's catered to students. So less parking, common areas like for kitchens and amenities. So this is starting to happen. And so I think what your point here today, Canada is in the midst of that change. And so, I'll be happy to share this delegation with the Minister's office, and I just say I appreciate the tone of collaboration talking about students.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion by Councillor Power to receive the delegation. All in favor? Motion carried. 6.7, delegation from Bob Busra, head coach Brampton under 14A team, and Eli Craig, player Brampton Hockey, regarding Eli Craig coaches versus coaches game resources for families and children with illness. Welcome, Bob and Eli.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for having us here. My name is Bob Basser. I'm the head coach for the Brampton 45's U14A team. And I have here with me one of my players, Eli Craig. We had a picture. I just wanted to, first of all, share Eli's story. A lot of us, pretty much all of us, have probably dealt with cancer or in many different ways, but for me, it hit a little different. This is, like I said, one of my players, and I want to talk about his story and what he's had to go through this year. Before this season started, I didn't know Eli, and I'm proud to say that now I consider him my family. We started off the season in our summer training program. Everything was going well, and we heard about a freak accident that Eli was involved in. That accident caused him to be impaled. It was some dirt bike accident. So, needless to say, he needed emergency surgery. He went in for emergency surgery. It was successful, and he was able to recover. It was going to be a long recovery, but this kid fights, and he was back on the ice as soon as he recovered from that However, he had to go through follow-up appointments, and in those follow-up appointments, we found that, our doctors found a 10-centimeter tumor on his abdomen. And again, that required emergency surgery. But the warrior that this kid is, come on close for me. The warrior that this kid is, he was able to recover and get back on the ice with his teammates. Everything was going well, and then we heard some devastating news in December around Christmas, where again more tumors are found, and this time was confirmed to be cancerous, and immediately he had to enter into some very aggressive chemotherapy, potentially some radiation coming up. But again, this guy, through his treatment, as tired as he was, as depleted as he was able to actually come out and play in a playoff game for our team. You know, I want to highlight the courage, bravery, the resilience and perseverance of this young man. And if there is any kind of award that our city has for people like this, well, this guy right here is the one that deserves it. One of the things that Brampton Hockey is doing, which is they're putting together this fantastic event this weekend, March 23rd, at South Susan Fennell Sportsplex from 11:30 till about 1:30 or 2 o'clock. They're putting on an event to honor Eli and his courage and his bravery. And our ask is that as many or all city council members can take some time out of their day on March 23rd to attend and participate in this event. I myself will be participating. I understand, Mayor Brown, you're no longer able to participate, and also Commissioner Boyce, who's now on the injured list, I understand is not able to participate. So if we are able to, as council, see if we can find other suitable candidates of your guys' stature within the city to captain these teams, that would be really appreciated. The other thing too is I'm not sure how easy or hard this is I think it's important for our city to start promoting and bringing more awareness to kids that are dealing with things like cancer or long-term illnesses or terminal illnesses, you know, and they might not know about resources our city has that they can tap into and their families can tap into. So that's the other part of our ask. And I got one final ask, is that everybody in this room give this young man a big hand.
Okay, I have Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, so my son Lennon plays for Brampton Hockey in the rec league, and when I heard about this story through my son's coach, immediately reached out to Bob and the Brampton Hockey team and learned more about your story, Eli, and how much of a warrior you are and how much you love hockey. And know that our council, our mayor, I know the mayor has some fantastic ideas to share, and we have a special certificate for you as well to present to you, and we'll have council also join us for a picture with you for that presentation. But you, for such a young age, dealing with so many challenges and still hitting the ice to do what you love in a playoff game, we're so proud of you. And I think that some of my colleagues who are around the table right now might be putting their heads down, trying to hold back tears, because we're so inspired by how courageous you are, how strong you are, and how much you uplift us, but also the city and your entire team and the entire league. And so my words to you are to keep fighting. You're not alone. You've got the whole city who has your back, and we're cheering you on all the way. We're so proud of you. I'm going to be at the game on Saturday, and we're certainly going to find ways to make up for folks who can't be there on Saturday. And I encourage everyone in the audience to please go to the Brampton Hockey website and make a donation, show your support. If you can't make it to the game, it's going to mean so much to the family. It's going to mean so much to your team. It's going to mean so much to Eli to have that level of support as you get through this challenging time. Okay? You're doing amazing. Very proud of you. And I'm so happy you're here today. Just the fact that you're here today is very courageous. So thank you, Eli, for inspiring so many of us. We got your back, buddy. Okay?
Mayor Brown?
Well, thank you for the delegation. Eli, we've all heard about your story. It's spread like wildfire through the city. A story of courage and resilience, and you may not realize, but you have thousands and thousands of fans in the city who are cheering for you. You know, one of the most remarkable stories, I think, in hockey history was when Mario Lemieux had cancer, missed a third of the season, and came back and won the scoring race. There are incredible stories, and the fact that you got up and played a playoff game despite everything you're facing is absolutely incredible. Knowing that this game is to support resources for families and children with illnesses, I really think the city should do whatever we can to support this. I was looking forward with Chief Boyce to being part of it. Chief Boyce is now on the injured list, and I've been asked to represent the city of Brampton at the state funeral for former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, which is happening at the same time. But I really want us to support this in a meaningful way, and so I'm going to, two things. One, I'm going to ask if this can be, this delegation can be referred to corporate communications to have the support, clerk, help me with the wording, the support of corporate communications. I've done a number of events with corporate communications where we've been able to use some of our relationships in the city to sort of augment the event. I know when we had the backyard rink contest, we reached out to Wendell Clark and Darcy Tucker. There's been other events where we've been able to lean on alumni that live in the GTA. I know it would have been fun for Bill and myself to participate, but you'd probably enjoy playing with an alumni more than you would us two. And so I'm going to see if we can leverage some of those relationships very quickly, knowing the game is Saturday morning. And I'm also going to suggest we do this for some events. If there's any rental fee from the city, knowing that this is for a charitable cause, if we could waive that fee of the ice rental, and you know, those leveraging these relationships we have with local alumni and maybe with the rental fee, we could find a way to more uniquely support this event. And just thank you for having the courage to come in. I think it could be daunting. When Councillor Santos says you have a few councillors on the verge of tears, it's because that story, your story, has been so touching to our entire city. And so look forward to personally cheering you on. And the clerk will find the wording appropriate for what I just said.
Yeah, and we have Councillor Keenan while the wording is being worked on. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to get through this without crying. Eli, you're a rock star. That's the best way to put it. Hearing that you got up and went to that playoff game, I think of myself with a cold, not wanting to go to work. So I applaud you for that alone. And I just want to take a moment to thank Brampton Hockey. I want to thank Brampton Hockey because we heard about your story from so many people. I heard it from Peel Police. I heard it from people in my neighborhood. I heard it all over the place, and then I seen it on the news. But I think Brampton Hockey really helped elevate that, and it really shows how important youth sport is in our community. And then I was reached out by the Ambrose family, reached out to me when they heard that Mayor Brown and Chief Boys were out, and they said, well, you step in. And the truth is, I suck at hockey. But I am happy to come and participate. If they want me to play and embarrass myself for a good cause, I'll absolutely do it. But you... I apologize. We're always going to be here for you. If there's anything you need, your parents need, just pick up the phone and call. Whatever I can personally do to help support this, I will do. And just keep on fighting, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. While we have delegation, I think we're going to present a certificate and have all the council request to take a picture, if that's okay, with you guys. Okay? Sure. I believe we have a motion getting prepared, or? Okay. So a motion moved by Mayor Brown that the delegation be referred to corporate strategic communication staff for additional support of the event expeditiously, and that any applicable rental fees to the city of Brampton be waived. Are you good with that, Mayor Brown? Okay, Mayor Brown has a motion on the floor. Everybody in support? Motion carries. Moving on to 6.9 is a delegation by Gloria Berger, Vice President, Friends of Historic Faubert House.
Hi.
And if I said your last name wrong, I apologize. And you could correct me.
Is Councillor Santos not here?
No, she might be on.
My understanding, she's very supportive of us, and I just want to make sure she's here to hear my delegation.
Okay. One second.
Oh, and another thing on the side, the volume level in here is very low, and I'm sitting in the front row and having a hard time hearing everybody.
Okay, we'll
Okay.
let our technical staff know.
Thanks.
Okay. She might just be on a,
I think she tried to get in that door.
Environment.
It wasn't working.
no. Just, I think meeting the family. Maybe it's like- Okay, thank you. You can get started. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Historic Bovaird House, donated to the city in 1985 by William and Mossy Bovaird, wanting to ensure the preservation of a reminder of our pioneer past. The circa 1852 historic Bovaird House, a classic 5-bay Georgian-style farmhouse, sits in a 2-acre park-like setting along with the circa 1845 Pendergast Log House, an early log building donated by a local developer who relocated this significant heritage building to the Bovaird property in 2015. It was early in the 1990s when the house was open to the public 3 days a week. The Friends of Historic Bovaird House, a dedicated group comprised entirely of volunteers, have maintained and operated the house since then. Excuse me. I remember coming to the house at that time. There was very little furnishings. The farm table in the kitchen, which is still there today, and not much else. The Friends of Historic Bovaird House, whose bylaw objectives state to protect and preserve the significant historical buildings of the Bovaird House, the Pendergast Log House, and other historical buildings at 563 Bovaird Drive East in Brampton, by restoring and maintaining the buildings and surrounding grounds, acquiring antiques and artifacts related to the era, and creating publications with a view to commemorating the site and educating the public about it. To provide a public amenity by establishing and maintaining an historical site about the Bovaird House, and to provide educational group tours for the benefit of the public. I have spent these past years doing just that. There are our annual events as well as our community events. Our annual events are specialty events, which we have cards out for everybody in council, and that includes our Desserts by Lamplight, which is in the fall, Mother's Day Tea, which is coming up in May, Loaf and Ladle, and Victorian Christmas Open House. Our community events include a trunk sale, which is at the end last Saturday in May, as well as a Father's Day event coming up, which is classic cars, a barbecue, and games during the day. Some of our events take place in the evening, some are during the day. With the funds that we raise from these events, the Friends have acquired period-appropriate artifacts and completely furnished the Bovaird House and then the Pendergast Log House, fulfilling William and Mossy's wish to ensure the preservation and reminder of our pioneer past. The house and Pendergast are fully furnished with beautiful period-appropriate items available for the public to see in every corner. You can find a complete listing of all the artifacts which the Friends have sourced and purchased and then donated, gifted back to the city in the draft of the management operating agreement. 66 pages long, 11 by 17, teeny tiny print. We've gone and sourced these from various antique shows, traveling around southern Ontario with a list of what would be appropriate for the different areas in the house, and engaging others to help us find what was needed. Now that the Friends have completed the furnishing of the house and Pendergast, we're looking to the city's support in starting on our next exciting mission of the conservation of these artifacts and the property, as well as expanding our programming. We're looking to create a diverse and inclusive program to attract all of the many diverse peoples of Brampton and their guests and visitors to our city to visit the property and enjoy its rich history. Brampton's Master Culture Plan talks about unlocking untapped potential. The Bovaird property is a great opportunity to be in a position to be able to do just that. We welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the city in expanding our programming to engage our community. We want to become a household name in Brampton Homes and be a go-to location for visitors to check out. With the support of the city, we feel this can be achieved. We are looking forward to this new and exciting opportunity to engage with the City of Brampton for programming, as well as negotiating this management and operation agreement and coming to an understanding of our new working relationship with the city's support and the next growth stage of the Bovaird site. We've had councillors join us in the past and look forward to this evolving relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Gloria, for coming in today on behalf of the Bovaird House. I think it's time for the City of Brampton now to move forward with our new relationship and the progress of the Bovaird House. I know that, for example, we support the events and we love the events and happy to be invited to them, but I think given some opportunities potentially with PAMA, we are getting even closer to getting hopefully some museum status, which is going to elevate the opportunities for the Bovaird House. And I also appreciate, you know, the relationship and the extension of moving things forward with the city of Brampton. It's been a long time since we've updated the agreement with the Bovaird House. I think it's like about over 20 years, and the city has certainly evolved and changed significantly since then. And so the new memorandum of understanding is great, and I'm hoping just to include a few things just for direction to staff, because I know that folks from the Bovaird House also support this. The first one is, I think that part of some of our issues in the last term was that there wasn't the local councillor representation on the board. Yeah, so I'm going to give some direction to staff to include in the MOU, which is kind of included in there, but it needs to be fine-tuned, that the local councillors of the area be represented. So I'm not saying that both of us are there. I'm just saying that at the board meetings, at least one of us need to be there so that we could further enhance that relationship, particularly with the local councillors. Now, I would volunteer wholeheartedly my time myself. However, I sit on a lot of boards, chair a lot of meetings, do a lot of different things, so I need Councillor Vicente to fill in, especially when my schedule is too busy, so that we can make sure that council's represented, but also the local councillors are represented. So if staff can fine-tune that wording in the MOU, that would be great. And then the other thing is, and I really appreciate the fact that the Bovaird House, Friends of Bovaird House, are agreeing to the gender-based analysis plus training, which is important because we're requiring and asking for all committees and boards to take the gender-based analysis plus training. And in that regard, I would also like staff to look at fine-tuning just a bit of the MOU to allow for more representation of diversity on the Friends of Bovaird House Friends of Bovaird House agreement and in their bylaws, so that we can eliminate any other barriers to participation as board members, I guess, and expand the sort of new diversity in the city of Brampton. So if staff can fine-tune that part of the MOU as it relates to gender-based analysis plus training. And then finally, if we could then also, based on the new MOU, just update the bylaws. I believe the bylaws of the Friends of Bovaird House was last updated in 2017, and with the new MOU agreement, updated agreement with the city, we're going to need to see the bylaws of the board be consistent with the new agreement with the city. So that's more of, I guess, an administrative thing on their end as well. So there's so much potential now and good news with respect to Friends of Bovaird House, our relationship in the future. I'm certainly looking forward to attending one of the meetings. Oh, this is the other thing. If we could accommodate virtual hybrid meetings so that we can eliminate any barriers to participation for people who want to be more involved, particularly with the board. For example, I know somebody who's very interested in joining the board, and you're going to be very happy to hear who that person is. It's very exciting, and I can't wait to share that news with Friends of Bovaird House once the agreement is signed. Okay, so thank you, Gloria, for coming in, and looking forward to working together with you to really elevate the potential of what Friends of Bovaird House and the Bovaird House property has to offer to the residents of Brampton. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria, for your delegation.
Oh, sorry, is there anybody else?
Yeah, Councillor Vicente.
Sorry.
I was gonna ask, is it appropriate I bring the report down as well? And then we can add some amendments to the report if you want, or does it already incorporate? Okay, you'll take it as perfect. Councilor Vicente, and then we'll approve the report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Gloria, for the presentation. I thought I'd make a helpful amendment to Councilor Santos' recommendation. Absolutely, local area councilor be there. And just so happens that for the moment, I am the council representative at the Heritage Board.
Oh, cool.
If we could word it so that it's a local area councilor and always ongoing, the Heritage Board council representative that would participate on this new organization.
Okay, perfect, and we'll take that as a friendly. I have a motion moved by Councilor Santos to receive the report and approve the recommendations and to receive the delegation. Is anybody opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. And our next delegation was the added delegation 610.
Chair, so we have an added delegation, some really incredible news here. Last night, season premiere of Canada's Got Talent. What you don't know is that Brampton Talent was on full display at Canada's Got Talent, and they have a shot at winning the $1 million. So this is again about Brampton artists and highlighting dance, homegrown Brampton talent, Jenilyn and Luca, and Emmanuel Pacheco, who is the very proud father of Jenilyn Pacheco, is here today and has provided a video on top of his delegation. Emmanuel. You want to play the video first?
Yeah, we'll play it first.
Please welcome World of Dance 2018 finalists and homegrown Canadian talents, Luca and Jenilyn.
I'm ready. Come on.
It's coming from inside your soul, and it's what you love, and you can't do anything else.
International superstars in dance. So tell us a little bit about your story and your connection here with Brampton, because we are all looking forward to supporting you.
Well, Brampton is my hometown, and I grew up dancing here. So my story started here in Brampton, and I started with jazz, tap, acrobatic, hip hop, you name it. I've done every dance, and it started all here. And when I met Luca, we ended up meeting and going into the ballroom world. And 10 years later, we ended up
here.
Literally. Oh my God.
It's a 10-year partnership, and it started like Jenna early on. Teaching, like she taught Rafe
at the Rose Theater. I would teach at the Rose Theater.
So she would do that before practice, and she had like kids that she would make choreos for, and that's what she learned and developed as an artist. So it's crazy to see this whole world kind of come back together with our interview here. But yeah, we met 10 years ago after a long dance career for Jenna, and she had
This March, the biggest talent competition in the country is going to get even bigger. Canada's Got Talent is back. And this season's winner is going to walk away with a life-changing grand prize of $1 million. The biggest prize in Canadian TV history, all thanks to Rogers. So expect $1 million talent every Tuesday. Canada's Got Talent, the $1 million season, premieres March 19th only on City TV.
We reinvigorated that to highlight our Brampton artists, but there has always been a gap over the past few years, and the gap has been in dance. And so
I think Jenna will say this probably better than me, but I think in dance or in anything, be yourself and be okay with being unique and creative, but in that, to work as hard as you can to be the best version of yourself you can be.
And even when it gets really hard, and it can get hard, never give up. Just keep on pushing.
And you know what, that's incredible advice, not just for dancing and for the arts, but just life in general.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Canada's Got Talent. They're on there.
See you, Brampton.
Hi.
All right. right, Brampton, Canada's Got Talent, Jenilyn and Luca, make sure you watch and you support them as much as you can. Mabuhay to the Filipino community. We've got our fellow Pinoy here who's going to be dancing ballroom style. You know you're Filipino when. Anyway, make sure you watch it. I know all the titas and titos, lolas and lolos, you're all going to be watching and supporting Canada's Got Talent, Jenilyn and Luca.
Maraming salamat po.
So I got a minute left, but again, Mayor Brown, I was hoping Mayor Brown, because he was going to show us some of those tricks with Rowena. Sorry, he's not going to do that. But Mayor Brown, distinguished members of the council, I appreciate your dedication to service of the city of Brampton. It's an honor to speak before you today. My name is Manuel Pacheco. My wife, Myra Serrazo Pacheco, who could not be here today, but she is a public health nurse for over 30 years at the Region of Peel. We're proud parents of Jenilyn. I'm here before you today to shine a spotlight on two remarkable individuals who are just extraordinary dancers and individuals, but they are also exceptional ambassadors for the city of Brampton. And I speak, of course, of Luca and Jenilyn. It's a name that you will get to know. For many of you who did watch the show last night, they did incredible. Howie's comments were, that is the $1 Million Act. It was the highlight of the show. And I do know a little bit of a secret, but I cannot tell you anything. But watch the finale. Over the past decade, this dynamic duo has conquered the world of dance with their artistry, passion, and technical brilliance. Just a snapshot, 12 seconds left, but basically achieving Blackpool, world's oldest ballroom competition, and winning that, or coming in second. What I ask is, I urge the council to formally recognize their accomplishments and their status as exemplary role models of their youth. Let's celebrate their success and continue supporting their journey in Canada's Got Talent and beyond, and continue to make Brampton shine in the world stage.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's a remarkable story. You can stay here. Councillor Santos?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, because Emmy ran out of his 5 minutes, I'm going to share all of the accomplishments and the awards that Jenilyn and Luca have achieved and represent Brampton and our Filipino community with pride. So here's a little bit. So achieving in 2023 International Performers of the Year with the International Association of Top Professionals in New York City. Most recently notified that they're being honored with the Performer of the Decade Award given in Nashville at the Grand Ole Opry this December. The world's oldest dance competition, which if you're looking at Alex, our Commissioner of Corporate Services, he's a ballroom dancer, just so you know. So he knows who Blackpool is. Blackpool vice champions, placing second in the most prestigious UK Blackpool Championships with respect to ballroom dancing. It is the Olympics of ballroom dancing. Undefeated amateur champions, amateur cabaret dancers with undeniable awards, too numerous to actually list in that category. World of Dance and TV Domination with Jennifer Lopez as a judge. TV stars and appearing across the globe. Their talent has been showcased with Dancing with the Stars Poland, Das Super Talent in Germany. And through creative collaborations, their choreography and performances have been featured in projects for the NBA, Disney Music, Warner Brothers, artists like Lucas Graham and Elliot Moss, and even Jennifer Lopez's creative directors, Nappy Tabs. Their talent and their homegrown Brampton talent has been featured across the international stage and now on Canada's Got Talent. And I think the reason why I'm going over the top on this one is because we haven't highlighted not only Brampton dancers enough, but particularly Jenilyn Pacheco and Luca enough. And so I implore my colleagues to share with everybody and everyone in the audience to celebrate Jenilyn and Luca on Canada's Got Talent, and let's follow them because they are at some point going to be getting some serious awards to add to their already list of incredible accomplishments. Thank you, Manny, and good luck, Luca
Thank you
and
very much.
Jenilyn.
Thank you. Can I make one quick comment? They just received last night, or yesterday, the Performer of the Decade Award that they're going to be receiving in Nashville. She's 22 years old. Let's be clear. A 22-year-old getting a Decade Award is pretty impressive. She's going to retire at the age of 24, okay, winning the $1 million. But please support them, and thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I have a motion by Councillor Santos to receive the delegation. All in favor? Motion carries. We'll be moving on now to 6.8, delegations regarding 9.2.1, which we will also have a presentation for before we get into the delegations. I just need a show of hands if we're okay with the staff presentation. All in favor, 2/3, and all in favor for the staff presentation. That carries. So staff presentation followed by the delegations in order that have been posted on the amended agenda.
Thank you, Chair Singh and councillors. My name is Jeff Humble. I'm the manager of policy programs and implementation with the city under Commissioner Ganesh's team. We just wanted to provide a very brief presentation. There is a more in-depth report that is on the agenda, but we just wanted to set a bit of context before the delegations. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the report is really quite simple. We're looking to relaunch the program based upon the input we received and the changes that we've made since the last council meeting. Next slide, please. Just in terms of context, I'm not going to get into the years of work that have really led to this initiative. You can find that in the January report, 31st. That's documented. You can go back and watch the streams of those as well. But basically, in the past quarter, based upon council direction last year, we launched the program January 1 in wards 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7, which you see there. And we got a lot of feedback. Council got a lot of feedback. Staff got a lot of feedback about the process and the need to improve it. We had discussed with hundreds of landlords on this issue. We came back on January 31st to council to provide a summary of what we heard, and there were also delegates at that meeting. Based upon that, council provided direction to go back and streamline the program and to come back in March with a revised program. So between then and now, we also hosted the mayor and council and staff hosted a teletown hall on the RL program on February 22nd, where we also received some additional input. Both the delegations from the council meeting as well as the teletown hall are in the appendices of the report. You can also find a version of the teletown hall on the city's website if you were not participating in that. Next slide, please. So what we heard, as I stated, the summation is in the appendices, but generally the high-level points that we kind of heard repeatedly is that there's unnecessary duplication of administrative processes. So people that already have an ARU registered, why is the city taking such an approach? It's quite onerous, very onerous for those that are already legally registered. As context, we did a lot of background work with a lot of other municipalities and benchmarked those, but I think what we have now is a Made in Brampton solution. The pilot program perceived as too costly and complicated, the $300 initial registration fee and then the recurring fee. Of course, the landlords thought that is cost prohibitive on top of the inspections required. So there was noted of gas and electrical inspections. Of course, there would be fees associated with that, and you bring in contractors and all kinds of things, and the fees go up. So we heard that loud and clear. And in summary, basically, good landlords being penalized for the few landlords that are not in compliance with regulatory requirements. We have upwards 18,000, 19,000 registered ARUs in the city, and those keep growing. So those make up what we classify as the good landlords. or those that have rental properties. And so our focus is on making the process very simple for them. And then, of course, the inspections process is about, coordinating the ability of the city to do an inspection when you're the landlord of the property. And of course, you have to respect the rights of tenants. So we'll talk to that briefly as well. Next slide, please. So the Teletown Hall is, it was an important event because I think you heard from the delegations, you hear some of the concerns, but there's this other issue, and I think this is really what led up to the purpose of the ARL program, which Councillor Santos has alluded to. There's been a lot of groups and organizations, the Brampton Housing Plan and so on, where this issue came up. And so the 7,080 people that participated in the Teletown Hall voiced and asked questions relating to these things, the impacts on neighborhoods and the community. And those questions you can hear, and you can read them in the appendices as well. But three question polls were asked during the Teletown Hall, and people provided their responses, and 83% supported the city cracking down on illegal additional residential units. 82% supported increasing fines and penalties for illegal secondary units if public safety is at risk. And 77%, this is what the mayor was alluding to, supported that in the event of a secondary unit fire fatality, that the matter be referred to the Peel Police for criminal negligence. So these are issues that are in not only municipal bylaws, National Building Code, National Fire Code, which I'll talk to briefly as well. Next slide, please. So quite simply, the program has been revamped. Basically, no additional paperwork for registered ARUs. There is one form, which I don't even know if I'd really call it a form because it's part of the application, which is a submit an insurance declaration. It's not proof of insurance. It's basically registered ARU owners indicating that they have insurance for their property. So what has been done to streamline the program? Well, we removed all the red tape and duplication of concern. This has all been eliminated. Proof of ownership, corporate ownership, criminal record check, floor plans, electrical inspection, gas inspection, parking and storage plan, all of that is removed if you've got a registered ARU. The process is simplified, much more simplified than a business license process and most programs that the city operates. In terms of the fees, that was a concern. There is no license or renewal fee required for those applying before June 20th. So we want to get those ARUs that are registered to come forward and basically go through this process quickly. I'll outline it. It's a very quick 10-minute process. And not only this year, but that will carry over for the life of the pilot. And council's already talked about, if this extends beyond the pilot, that kind of fee waiver will go beyond the pilot period. Next slide, please. So licensing enforcement, it's a very simple process. We've walked through it a number of times administratively. We went through it with the task force councillors, Councillor Santos, Councillor Keenan, and Councillor Powers, and the mayor. It can be filled out. It's a series of boxes and check boxes. You can go through it, as I say, very quickly, 10 minutes if you basically have a compliant unit. There's no additional information required. You don't have to pull any documents. We do have a portion there that has your ARU number. If you don't have that, the city, we can pull that up for you and include that. Inspections was an issue that was identified, and we will work with the landlords as per the Residential Tenancies Act to give tenants a fair notice. There's an acknowledgement on the form to provide consent for the city to do so for purposes of dealing with compliance and health, safety, housing and maintenance standards, and that is in accordance with the Act. And then lastly, the rentals that are operating with a license, because what we've really done with this program was we streamlined it so much that we're able to relieve the burden of staff time and resources and remove that fee, that we will be focusing our enforcement energies on those that are non-compliant. And that will happen through a complaint basis. The city has received many complaints. The way the program has been revised, it will allow us to apply the appropriate penalties, and we'll be monitoring that through the pilot to make sure those penalties are appropriate, and we can come back to council if they're not. And those that do not come forward and are basically in violation, we also will be looking at the licensing process fees as well. Next slide, please. So the program relaunch, we are aiming for March 28th, pending council discussion today, and then the committee of council discussion today and the council meeting March 27th. Our aim is to launch on March 28th, but no later than April 19th. We will be doing extensive outreach. We will be providing brochures to landlords, basically on information pertaining to landlord code of conduct and other things that they can share with their tenants. Mobile signs in neighborhoods, service and information updates. This is to coordinate with other staff departments and external agencies. And of course, social media. So we'll be working on multi-language to provide that information out to the communities, and in particular the wards that this pilot is taking place. So I will also note that all the information will be provided in the form that landlords will be required to fill out. City bylaws, landlord code of conduct, provincial and federal legislation. There's the building code, the fire code, the Rental Tenancies Act, the Human Rights Code. All that information is there. So we're being completely upfront with landlords about things they should know and to protect themselves and their tenants and respect the communities that they have their properties in. And last slide. And that's the brief presentation. We're here to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any members have questions? I see Councillor Santos.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Just a big, huge shout out to staff, Jeff, Morella, and team, as well as our IT folks in the background and our comms team for providing for doing the work to deal with some of the concerns and to streamline the process. I know it was, you did things very quickly, and I'm very pleased that we found some good solutions to address some of the concerns that folks have been bringing up. And the task force, myself, Councillor Keenan, Councillor Power, as well as staff, we actually went through the online application and further fine-tuned it. And so I'm very happy, and I know we've got folks in the audience who have been supporting the RRL implementation. You'll be pleased to know that the pause will be lifted soon. We're going to do some final checks on IT to make sure everything is working. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say is thank you to the team for all of your hard work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan.
Yeah, and I too just want to echo some of Councillor Santos's remarks and thank staff. Sitting through those meetings and actually seeing all the work that has to get put into the back end to deal with this, even just in the beginning, and then dealing with the concerns. And what I got to say is, seeing this presentation prior to today as well as today, I really feel that we've accomplished what we need to accomplish. I think we've streamlined it in the best way possible to make sure that we have a very successful pilot. I know that we had a lot of people that were kind of against it for certain reasons, which were valid, and I'm hoping that they're all on board now because we've addressed most of their concerns. So again, I just want to really thank staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to receive the staff presentation. No, we're just receiving the presentation, not the report. Yeah, to receive the presentation. Okay, the motion carries. Now moving on to delegations. We have the first delegation is Mr. Ravi Sol. Please come up. And the next one will be Ajay Bir Singh. So you can prepare yourself. Okay, Mr. Ravi Sol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and respected council members. So there is a presentation which I have submitted. So while the presentation is coming up, and I have submitted the tons of informations. prepared a booklet of concerns, which I handed over to Mr. Mayor on the day when I had a one-on-one with him, got a chance to speak. But there is also 6-7 emails which I have sent to all council members, including to the mayor. Never got a response, and so very disappointing from that point of view. The information which I have submitted, I think that's not the. Sorry, I'm just losing my time as well.
Yeah, I'll add the time here. Okay, well, sorry, do we have the presentation? To be fair, we should have. They don't have it on file. Did you submit it with your delegation?
Yes, I got the confirmation as well.
Okay, we found it. Okay, wait, sorry, and I'm gonna be fair. Can we just reset the timer as well, because we didn't get a chance? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, as I was saying that I have submitted the tons of information and put my concerns regarding the RRL. This program, evident from the other cities where it was launched, and this program is not working at anywhere. In Ontario, since the 2007, the municipalities are bringing this licensing program, and it was put in the city of Toronto, Regina, outside of the Ontario as well, so Milwaukee, and there is in Windsor, Waterloo, Oshawa. This program is not giving a fruitful information. So instead of just telling from my perspective, because what I'm going to be saying against the RRL, the question which I'm going to be raising today is that, does this RRL really going to be work of that? I know that there are some sporters who are referring that 99% of these sporters are not going to be applying for the RRL. And they are thinking that the garbage problem and the mouse problems with the showing the rental licensing program will going to be resolved it. That's not the true reality. Look at how much the money which we are going to be spending that, and are we getting the fruitful informations? Can we go on our next slide, please? Okay, so this is the report which I'm going to be referring back, and that's not a report is prepared by me, and that's the online report is taken. So in my presentation, I'm taking that reference because why I like this report is, this report is prepared in the unbiased manner. So this report is referring to that with the evidences, with an examples, the program is really working. It is taking the evidences from the different cities where this program was launched, but it was not given the fruitful impact. So, next slide, please. So, in this, the very executive summary, because where we are looking at, there are the housing sectors, there are the problems. So, in these, to addressing these problems, rental licensing could be the solutions. Some municipalities are thinking that this is a revenue generation program, and some are thinking that, some municipalities are thinking that it will be maintaining, managing the off-campus, the student housing, which we are targeting the student under this RRL program, which is again the Ontario Human Rights Commission's violations, because we are putting the pilot program into the sectors or into the particular wards where mostly the colleges are there. So that is the bigger violations. And it's also saying that because this is the tool which we're gonna be used to implement the existing bylaws, are we not saying that our enforcement is the lack of the enforcement is there? Already we have the bylaws, and all the same bylaws we are gonna be enforced under the licensing program. So what we are basically doing, putting the bylaw on the bylaw. So it's a taxpayer's money. Nobody thinking about this thing, right? So we are thinking that the mouse problem will be resolved by showing the RRL license. Garbage program problem will be simply resolved when the landlord will take the license. Is this true? It is not true. So when we are, next slide please. So in this report, I am just highlighting the certain part because it's a similar kind of the concern which we are talking from the RRL supporters and the council member who are bringing this RRL program and saying that this is the parking problems. It's like same, it's a noise problem, traffic problem, that these are the problems by the tenants living in the certain sector. So if we're bringing this, the rental licensing program will be enforcing, making landlord, thinking about the landlord has the jurisdictions to be work, to give the do and don'ts to the tenants, which is incorrect. Landlord does not have a jurisdiction. Landlord is a simple resident. Anybody who is living into the city, that person is a resident of the city, regardless to that what is the ownership of whether the person is renting or person is owning the property. The person should aware about all the city bylaws because the person has a civic address as a Brampton address. So that person should be counted as a Brampton resident. The person should have the same moral responsibilities against these laws what the normal person should have it. So in this my presentation, next slide please. So there are, as I mentioned that city of Ottawa and Toronto, Regina, Milwaukee, in these cities already proven that it has incurred the cost. Enforcement cost has increased.
Ravi, I got to, but I will give you something you can do. You can send your presentation as correspondence for a council meeting, and it'll show up all the points you made as official documentation that the public can view as well for our council meeting next week, okay? Okay, thank you. Next is Ajay Bir Singh.
Could I hand out a readout?
Yeah, can give it to the clerk and they can give it out. Okay. You can also start your.
I have a PowerPoint as well.
Okay. Do we have Ajay Bir Singh's presentation? Okay, it's gonna go on the screen. And next will be Sachin Rana. Is this your presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, your time will begin.
Okay. So my name is Ajay Bir Singh.
Sorry, can we get the time to be first?
Okay, thanks for having me. My name is Ajay Bir Singh. I have been a Brampton resident since 2011, and I also have a master's in urban and regional planning from the University of California, Irvine. So my presentation, what I'll be saying, it's like not my opinion. Each one of you has a readout, and that is from the Ontario Human Rights Commission report, and that report is titled Room for Everyone, Human Right and Rental Licensing. So this report is specific to rental licensing. I wish Ms. Santos was here as well.
She might have gone for a
bio
break, so you could.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll be explaining how the current pilot program is unlawful according to this report. I'm not saying that RRL is illegal, but the pilot program is illegal and unlawful. And I don't need 5 minutes, I just need 4 minutes for that. Okay, so what you have in your hands is from this particular report, page number 4, next slide please. Okay, so page number 4, this is page number 14 from this report and point number 4, which I have highlighted for each one of you. So what it says is, I'll be reading it out for you. So this report says, roll out the bylaw in a consistent, non-discriminatory way. If a bylaw is meant to serve legitimate planning or safety purposes, it should be needed by and applied to every part of the municipality. Now, I'm not making this up, this is directly from the report. It is available for anyone who wants to download it. Just Google it, you'll reach the website and you'll be able to download the report. Okay, moving, next slide please. So I've highlighted it here as well so that everyone present here can read it. A bylaw that is applied first and only to a particular area of the municipality is more likely to be arbitrary and could be seen to be targeting the people within that particular area. Not my words. These are the words of Ontario Ministry of Ontario HR Council. Okay, moving on. If the people in that area identify with certain code grounds, hyphen, for example, they belong to a racialized community. Not relevant here? Okay, moving on. Or they are mostly students. Now this has been mentioned on the city website. And I mentioned this to Ms. Santos as well, like we spoke to her earlier as well. So, but like this is on the city, that these particular wards, they have been chosen because there is a higher student population there. Okay? Okay. Then the municipality may be targeting that group of people and could be susceptible to being found to be discriminatory, contrary to the code. So this is directly from the report. This is in black and white. I can, it's not open to interpretation. Who am I to interpret anything? So this is there in the report on the website. So yeah, that's my presentation. Like, I'm open to any questions or anything. Like another thing, like when I talked to Councillor Santos in the, like she was on a TV show and I asked her, she agreed, but she said like a similar program has been implemented, that a pilot program was held for the speed cameras. And I wish I could like talk back to Councillor Santos, like on the Harjinder Gill show, but now like the answer to that is that the speed cameras, they are not covered under this report. So either we say that this report is wrong, or the RRL pilot program is wrong. So is RRL legal? That's up to interpretation. But is the RRL pilot, which is being implemented in specific areas, is it illegal? Well, it's not open to interpretation. It's right there. So I present my words.
Okay, order. Because the counselor was named, I will let them respond, but it's not a debate, okay? If you want to talk to the counselor after, you can talk to them after. Thank you.
Thank you through Mr. Chair, because I was named again. I will respond and make further clarification that in fact that is not true. What I said and what I was referencing in that particular media interview was not about speed cameras. It was about the pilot program that we are doing with respect to reduction of speed limits throughout the city of Brampton. So we have chosen a specific geography in Brampton to reduce the speed limits from 50 to 40 kilometers an hour. I made no reference to speed cameras, and that is a pilot example of a pilot program, just for clarification. We do a lot of pilot programs that are geographically specific on many occasions throughout the entire city of Brampton, and those bylaws get also passed accordingly. Thank you.
We got this. We will look at it. Okay. Okay, thank you. Sachin Ranaji next. Yeah, no problem. Sachin Ranaji next, followed by Vijay Kumar Jain.
Hello, can I start?
Do you have a presentation?
No, I'm just going to be speaking.
We're starting. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me. This is my first time coming to City Hall and delegating, so please forgive any mistakes. My name is Sachin. I'm a landlord. Besides that, I have a PhD in artificial intelligence and machine learning. I have a full-time job, pay tremendous amounts of taxes to government every year. I don't get any government subsidies whatsoever, and also trying to raise a family with 2 kids in this country. I believe in practical solutions that work and not half-baked solutions. RRL is not solution to existing rental problems and appears to be abuse of powers by city. In this plan, the landlords, who are subject to all penalties, have no powers to enforce these rules on tenants. So how can this program be justified? First, city needs to clarify to residents that whoever is violating these bylaws has to pay, either it's tenants or landlords. It just cannot be all every time is landlord. No. The tenants are very fast to adjust their behavior about illegal parking, because those tickets go directly to the actual perpetrator, that is tenants. But that's not the case with trash on the property or overcrowding, because tenants clearly know how to abuse the system here. Since Since the city doesn't hold them accountable for those, they hold landlord accountable, and landlord doesn't have any power to enforce them to the tenants. Under RRL, the property tax paying and law-abiding landlords will be put through extraneous amounts of pain for more paperwork and inspections every year and bear all the costs that can run into thousands of dollars. And that is when they had already registered legal units with the city and met all compliance. Keep in mind, most of the landlords themselves have full-time jobs, in many cases 2 jobs, already struggling to keep up with mortgage rates. Some councillors have argued, oh, just like restaurants and hair salons need annual inspections, so should the rentals. Well, those are commercial properties and different bylaws, and those landlords have different powers than residential landlords as well. Besides, the listed issues of overcrowding, extra trash issues cannot be solved by RRL either, as landlords have no power over tenants who do overcrowding by subletting continuously. Either city needs to be responsible for evicting such tenants or empower landlords to do so in order to enforce city rules. Otherwise, there will be an explosion of civil litigations against the city in coming time. The city can't just wash their hands off and say tenants are not under city jurisdiction and all burden should fall on landlords. That should not be the route we should take. This RRL doesn't really do anything to solve illegal rentals, but puts more pressure on legal land rentals. The proposed inspection inside the house are violations of tenants and landlord privacy and goes against the right to live freely in this country. Only small property landlords get impacted by RRL, while bigger builders will be the beneficiaries since they don't have to enroll in this program at all. If the city really thinks that this program is such really good supporters, then make this voluntary for 2 years, and we will all see how many people will themselves register and be in support. And then I'll be the first one to be rooting for this program afterwards. The outrageous news of 25 people living in the illegal basement was misinformation that we all know now was just to gain support for this program. That was a bit unfortunate. We are getting some clarifications now, but that was a little bit unfortunate to hear. Now I want to err on the side of practical solutions. Previously, there has been no consultation whatsoever with landlords how to solve rental problems. Now, we can collectively design actual practical solutions. For example, we have been asking for a while, please give extra set of garbage bins to registered 2-unit dwellings. Since there's a no new unit altogether, more people are living on the property, so there will be more trash. But now we have only 1 bin. How is it justified? There will be trash, of course, on the property. Secondly, for overcrowding, if the city cannot prove that landlords deliberately rent it out to so many people, how can city go after landlords for those cases? Because tenants are the ones who let so many people inside their house, and even landlords don't even know, and they can't even enter their own properties because that violates tenants' privacy in those cases. Also, city needs to empower landlords to enforce these bylaws on tenants. And for the fire codes, the city must also levy fines to tenants who deliberately took out the fire alarms. There is no consequence for tenants at all. The city just comes out of landlords. They just who don't even know that happened in the house. The FRPO, Federation of Rental Housing Providers of Ontario, that's why I published a report a few months ago stating that residential licensing has been tried in many municipalities in Canada and has not yet meaningfully solved any problems.
Thank you, perfect timing. Okay, please. Okay, thank you. Next delegation is Vijay Kumar. Oh, question? Oh, we have a question, yep.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out and provide some clarification because this particular, I guess, misunderstanding or misinformation continues to exist out there because it is also false. So just a question for clarification from staff. In the RRL pilot, and I see our Director of Bylaw Enforcement here as well, Rob Higgs, thanks for joining. In the RRL pilot program that we're implementing, are we only targeting legal rental units, registered units? We here on this council table have said time and time again that that is not true and that we are trying to deal with illegal, unregistered units based on complaints that are being issued to the property. So for the final time, if staff can please confirm if that comment that we're only targeting legal units, if that is true. I want it clear because there are media in the room and I hope that they're all gonna take note because we have been saying that that is not true. Over to staff.
Through the chair, no, I can confirm that we are complaint-driven and we will be having a robust enforcement of all units.
So that is enforcement and knocking on doors of people with or without registered units based on the large number of complaints related to property.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. Next is Vijay Kumar Jain, followed by Hetal Parekh. Vijay Kumar Jain.
Thank you.
Oh, he's online. Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm Vijay Jain, a resident in Brampton from the last 14 years and a compliant homeowner. As the several of Brampton residents are getting ready for celebrating the festival of Holi this weekend, I wish you all a very happy Holi. Holi is the festival of color to celebrate the arrival of spring. Regarding the RRL program, we are here to contribute to make the Brampton a better, safe place and regain its glory back as a beautiful flower city. I would like to ask Council, which other city of the size of Brampton is doing licensing renewal program every year? And what is the success of such program? Were they able to address the problem statement successfully? What is the problem statement City of Brampton is trying to address here? I assume it's non-compliant homeowners to become compliant. And in doing so, we ask question why existing compliant homeowners are being penalized. Homeowners are helping to solve housing problem in Brampton and in Canada by building rental units in their homes. Such an act should be encouraged. However, RRL program does the exact opposite. It's penalizing existing compliant homeowners to go through additional processes and expenses every year. The homeowners who were considering building additional rental units on their property are being discouraged because of the fear of RRL program pilot and the rollout. City has rights to inspect private properties for safety and fire code regulation as per bylaws passed by the people's representatives. We fully respect that, and that's how it should be. Will City be giving rebates in property tax for every year because homeowners will be paying licensing fees? That's our question. Issuing licenses every year seems like City wants to partner with homeowners in providing safe units to tenants. This has to come as a collaboration and mutual benefits. How City will help homeowners when tenants are engaged in illegal, immoral activities on their properties, such as housing additional tenant without homeowners being aware, non-payment of timely rents. So we want to understand from the city how the city gonna help the homeowners in addressing such illegal tenant, problematic tenants. If city has no plan to help homeowners to address these problems, then this is something as city is penalizing law-abiding homeowners and emboldening illegal tenant activities and non-payment of rents. After the initial launch of the original pilot, it was later put on pause and sent back for people's feedback that shows that the poor work done on initial community consultation for the RRL program. Majority of the affected good compliant homeowners were not even aware of the discussions on earlier RRL consultations. Further, I would like to say we reject the tele town hall option and its finding for such consultation. Since majority of the people's voices weren't heard and weren't considered. To give you an analogy here, in case of the RRL program, is like this. Taking fees from compliant homeowners to solve the issue of non-compliant homeowners is like charging Canadians carbon tax for the carbon emission done by Chinese industries. What we request here, the action item, cancel the RRL pilot program and send it for proper comprehensive community consultation to come up with a better and collaborative solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, moving on, we have Hetal Parekh, who is also, sorry, Councillor Keenan has one question.
Yeah, one kind of, for multiple times in that delegation, I heard, how is this council going to help homeowners? And we're going to help them by holding absentee landlords accountable and getting the city back in a proper standing. But I also want to touch on the fee, and it seems like the fee, we're getting kind of lost. So maybe staff can clarify. If the fee is paid before, and I can't remember the date, then it's going to be waived for the entire pilot project. You will need to renew, but there's no fee associated with it. And I just want to get clarification from staff on that, so that it's out there and we stop hearing about the continuous fee that's going to be put towards landlords.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. That is correct. We took council direction to set the program up such that if they provide their application by, it's June 30th, there was a typo in the presentation. It's June 30th. There is no fee for this year. There is no fee for next year. We are looking at a renewal process where people, at least simple confirmation email that I am continuing to be a landlord. That would be something that can be done in like a minute. We've taken council direction to understand that should the pilot move to advancement across the city, that certainly there's that option to make it no fee going forward in the future for all registered ARUs.
Great, thank you for that clarification. One more question. There will be something associated to landlords that don't register though, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I think the pilot program will prove that out. And again, a part of this, we've heard about the fees and this being, revenue generator. It's nothing of the sort. I mean, the purpose of the fees initially were to cover some enforcement costs, because that takes time and resources. But what we've done is streamlined it so that a lot of the intake, that coordination up front, we're putting full trust in existing landlords with registered ARUs that they're compliant. And we're focusing those energies on those that are non-compliant based on a complaint basis. So that is really, in my opinion, where most of that concentration of enforcement resources will be. And so we do have the option under existing bylaws to charge those penalties and then associated fees as per the RL program.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Moving forward, we have Hitul Parekh, who is also online, I believe.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you guys able to hear?
Yep, we can hear, and your 5 minutes begins. Thank you, Hitul. You can start.
Okay, thanks. So first thing, the timing of this council meeting taking up RRL delegation is worth noting. City had not announced until this meeting about the revised RRL. So whatever we will be speaking will be probably contradictory or would be redundant. But nevertheless, I would start with this, that the councillors and mayor will use this use this against the protesters by saying enough consultation was done. The questions asked at the last town hall regarding RRL were designed in such a manner that there was only one way to answer, and that is a yes. That was not transparent enough. Regardless, let me start with saying this. All the fellow protesters here are compliant landlords who have finished basements with permits. So stop calling us slumlords. You have made us, the voters who have elected you, a laughingstock on social media to push your agenda of collecting more revenues and taxes from the residents of Brampton. Though you quoted the Webster Dictionary earlier, the word was directed to the protesting landlords. The councillors and mayor owe us an apology for disrespecting us and putting the city down globally. In the very first media interaction, Ms. Santos, who was heard arrogantly saying that landlords are making money, so city should get its share too. Let me remind you all that we are already paying higher property taxes for having finished basements with permits. Where is that money going? Why do you need more tools, aka money, when you already have enough tools? Mind well, you are not CRA or Revenue Canada. The councillors and mayor are either oblivion or do not want to pay attention to the fact that the landlords have paid a higher price for their houses. If they have bought a house that has a permit of finished basements, even the banks are giving higher mortgages for that, leading to higher monthly payments. On top of that, city wants to put more burden on residents. City wants us to get business licenses, which will increase our insurance premiums too. As per previous media interaction of mayor and councillors, you want us, the landlords, permit the city to enter our tenants' home without their permission. In other words, you want the landlords to sign on their behalf, which can and lead to litigations, complaint to Human Rights Commission and landlord and tenant board. I live in Spring Valley community of Ward 5. I have not seen a single house that is non-compliant. As per the data from the city, there were 300 houses that were not compliant. Are you extrapolating it to the whole city as 100% non-compliant? Why is city not going after the non-compliant ones and instead trying to harass the compliant ones? All the replies for the questions raised in previous delegation on RRL are pointing towards landlords being responsible for everything. There is no accountability for their tenants. On one hand, the landlords are unable to evict bad tenants, and on the other hand, city wants to penalize the landlords. We need a clear answer to the question that how is city going to register the properties that have finished basements without permits? It is obvious that such landlords will never register for RRL. And earlier, as you mentioned, that you will be going after them only when there is a complaint. What if there is no complaint? How is the city going to enter such properties? If the city is able to enter such property now, then what is the need of RRL? It seems that city has not thought through enough for legal consequences or effectiveness of RRL. It also seems that at this point, it has become an ego issue, and it just giving 300 odd non-compliant properties example and penalizing thousands of properties in Brampton, which are legally having permits. I would request you all.
You're in the final minute?
Yep. I will request all of you to shed your egos and think something that will work for betterment of the city, because there is no way this RRL will work effectively for the desired outcomes because of the inherent flaws. We can discuss each and every point that will not make RRL successful if the city is ready to hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Hetal Parekh. And next is Kuldeep Singh and oh, yeah, sorry, I keep the screen's not there.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, because I was named again. And I just wanted to provide clarification again, because there is either misunderstanding or misinformation in terms of how I shared the definition of slumlord. When I shared the definition for clarification about what a slumlord is from the dictionary, it was not, and I did not, and it was not to make an assumption that the people delegating are slumlords. That's absolutely not. That's not what I said. All I said was that.
Please, this
all
isn't
I
part.
said was that.
Order. Listen, we have a lot of delegation. Everybody has a right to delegate. Please, can we just continue?
So
You're
what I.
clarifying because she was named.
Yeah. Thank you through
Okay,
you, Chair.
but please stop. Please.
Thank you through you, Chair. So what I said was in response to people being concerned about using the actual term itself, which is why I provided the definition of the term. What I did not do was say that the people delegating were slumlords or the landlords are slumlords. I did not say that. In fact, the mayor and I did say that the majority of landlords out there, and I have said this repeatedly in media, that the majority of people out there who are landlords are good landlords. And in fact, this program, which is what our bylaw enforcement director just confirmed when I asked to confirm whether or not we are targeting non-compliant illegal units, they confirmed that. That is what we're targeting, which is why we are using the term slumlord. And I could read the definition again. And this is not to accuse anyone in this room of being a slumlord. It is just to clarify the definition. And the definition is a landlord who receives unusually large profits from substandard, poorly maintained properties, which is a fact that we're dealing with in the city of Brampton, particularly in wards 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7. And so to be very clear,
please. This isn't a, come on, please.
To be very clear, there's no accusation at this table from the mayor, myself, or Councillor Keenan or Power or anyone at this table accusing anyone of being a slumlord. We are saying that there are slumlords that do exist in Brampton, and we are trying to use this pilot program to deal with them as justified by our bylaw enforcement director, who said, yes, we are targeting the illegal, non-compliant slumlords in Brampton. If that is not you, then you don't have much to worry about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so Guldeep Singh and Gurdeep, is Gurdeep here too? Is he joining or are you doing this by yourself? I just want, okay, so you have 5 minutes beginning and a few seconds. Okay, start.
Hello, my name is Kuldeep Singh, the resident of Brampton. So we are going through the RRL, but we already have so many RRL type of program already in the city. And I'm not opposing the RRL if you are trying to fix some problem, but there are already some program where the city enforcement is badly failed to fix those problems. In the house, the more than 25 people living, in the same house, the garage becomes the kitchen, garage becomes the bedroom. These are the problems we are going through. And the people who are not living in the house, they are just collecting the money by using their investment. And the people who are living in the house, they are going to face the burden because of the new tough law. So my suggestion is to be the people who are living in the house, sometime we lost our jobs or because we are paying the tax too, you must have to be take care of their situation. And the people who are just here to make the profit, and I think need the two bylaw, one for those people who are not living and one for people who are living. And I'm agree on that point too. There are some greedy people, they change the structure of the house, and in one bedroom they are living, the whole house they are renting. And this is city responsibility. Why that many people are living in this kind of situation? Is this the Brampton, the flower city? We need some sort of standard. And I was happy to see when the mayor's statement come out on the media, at least somebody come out to tell the other governments, if they bring the other people, they have to be paid their share. And also the city's responsibility to be take care of the other public, the real people, the students who born here, and how they are going through the traffic on the highway, other public service, why those services are going through and going down. This is city responsibility. And I again come out to be pleased take from the two sides, one the people who are just to make the money, and one the people who are living in the house, but they are too greedy. Need to be controlled, those people. That's it.
Next, moving on to Exalji, you are next, followed by Aisha, and then Baljeet will be online. Thank you, and if we get the timer started, thank you.
Thank you. If you are targeting illegal units, then exempt the legal compliant units. If you want to implement this program, implement as a whole in all over Brampton. If you think the problem is there, problem is everywhere. Let me tell you, this problem is already solved. The federal cut for international students, spouse permit, distribution among provinces based on population size, students and work permit holder has moved to different provinces in hope of permanent resident. COVID was responsible for everything because the students, the work permit holder, the people from all over Canada, they congregated in Brampton, and now it's over. As per the internal sources, only 300 dwellings are problematic and need attention. That I got information from the city responsible people. Then why RRL to cater those 300 people's dwellings? Think about the admin cost, 1.54 million. And already we have a bylaw in place. 780 residents for Teletown Hall versus close to 8,000 people who really signed the petition, read the petition, and they have the concern. Teletown Hall was just to listen. How many people were engaged? Only very little out of that 780,000. Teletown Hall was a costly affair to the taxpayer. As per my understanding, it cost $43,000 to $45,000 to the taxpayer. And this must be recovered from those who organized it and denied the in-person town hall. In-person town hall consultation, why it is being ignored? Why the city just went to the tele-town hall, tele-town hall, tele-town hall? Why? Why not the in-person? I request the city of Brampton, city council, city staff, and all the people of Brampton, before relaunching this program, there should be an intensive, in-person consultation in all wards, and that must be organized by city of Brampton and the residents of Brampton together. In-person town hall, wow, wow. How many people were given the opportunity in in-person town hall? Wow. And I don't want to name the councillor, but the people who boycotted the delegation, the councillor said they lost their opportunity to speak. Why? We boycotted, and we boycotted because we were not being listened, and we requested the city council through the media, in-person, one-to-one talk with you to get the people engaged by the in-person meetings. Brampton city is turning virtual city. Let's hire the virtual councillors. Let's hire the virtual mayor. Let's hire the virtual city staff. Why we need the city hall? Why we are wasting the taxpayer money? If you want to do everything virtual, there is no need of in-person. We don't need the in-person, no city hall. Let us prioritize. RRL is important, or safety of and security of the people who are suffering today, which is important. And the education, post-secondary education, reputed institution in Brampton is priority, or the RRL is priority. And healthcare is a priority, or RRL is a priority. No, please, take this RRL back to the back. It's not needed, it's not required, because we have the bylaws in place to cater that, and problem is already over. RRL is discriminatory. It's discriminatory. It cannot be implemented in pocket. As one of the delegates, Mr. Azebi, told, no, it must be implemented if you want intend to in the whole city, and it should be sent back to the city staff to consider why it not be implemented all over Brampton. Problems are everywhere. Problems are everywhere, not in these wards. Why is north-south of Bavade is exempted and south side is included? No, this is not fair. RRL is violation of Bill 23, OHRC guidelines, and Privacy Act, and inviting more lawsuits and overburdening almost collapsed Ontario Landlord Tribunal Board. Council is divided. I spoke many of the council members, and many of them said, oh, we don't support RRL. Oh, we don't support RRL. If you are not supporting RRL, come with us. Come with us. Why are you sitting here and not talking? And you are listening. Many of the council, not one, many, they don't support RRL. So I request them, please join us, come with us, and let's put this RRL in the bag, because it's not required for Brampton.
And that's time? No, Zaji, that's time. No. I didn't give anybody else 1 minute. There's other people in the crowd. That's not fair. Zaji, no, that's not fair. No. Can we cut the mic off? No. I didn't. There's people in the crowd right now. I did not get more time. No. That's not fair. That's not fair. No. Please. We're almost near the end. Aisha. Oh, Mayor Brown has a question. Okay, you can come back up. Sorry, Aisha, just 1 minute.
No, just to correct the misinformation.
Sorry, no question. Aisha, sorry.
So just to say, thank you, Councillor Singh. It was said that a teletown hall cost $45,000. That's a lie. It would be 1/10 the cost.
No, please.
1/10 the cost at best, and so I just think it's important that we don't have misinformation put there into the public realm. It said council was divided. Just to let you know, the council vote was unanimous. All 11 councillors on each occasion voted for this, so there was no division. The only comment, I know 2 councillors commented they wish we didn't pause it and we proceeded, but the reason we paused it was to make sure we fix this. If you'll notice, for those of you who are not here during the presentation, much of the concerns that were illustrated were actually adopted in this. The central premise to you, and I know last time when I said if you're legal landlords, this isn't going to affect you, half the people left the room. I know today it's a much smaller group. I know Azad wrote in a number of groups there'd be a minimum of 1,000 people here today. Maybe there's 40. The reason is, and for the remaining 40 here, this doesn't affect you as long as you're willing to do two things. Two things. Meet building code, meet fire code. We're here in a spirit of collaboration. This is not the city trying to make life more difficult. This is the city saying, let's just make sure we do the bare minimum to make sure that we don't put the safety of residents in jeopardy. I'm the one who gets the note at 2 in the morning from the fire chief when we have one of these fatalities. The least we can do is to make sure that we've done our part to make sure we don't have a fire trap. Because if you hear from a family who's lost a loved one because we've allowed a basement apartment with no building code being met, no fire code being met, we have to wear that. I hate getting those emails. I hate getting those phone calls. I don't want to get them. This is the bare minimum. And so I just wanted to correct that misinformation and make it very clear. The numbers presented were completely false, and the fact that the council vote wasn't unanimous is misleading and misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you. No, he corrected the record. Aisha, it's your turn next, please. Aisha. Thank you, and your 5 minutes is beginning.
Okay. I stand before you today representing a group of legal and compliant landlords who have concerns about RRL Param. It is evident that this Param has sparked controversy and raised many questions among our community. Let me begin by emphasizing that we as legal landlords support efforts to address issues related to illegal landlords. However, we are deeply troubled by the way we have been labeled and treated throughout this process. Being called slum landlords by our own representatives is just not inaccurate. But it is also offensive and perpetuates harmful stereotypes against ethnic and racial minorities that the city of Brampton calls home. We cannot overlook the discriminatory undertones associated with this term, slum lords. It not only tarnishes our reputation as legal landlords, but also perpetuates negative stereotypes about certain racial and ethnic groups in our community. This public shaming is unacceptable. This is discrimination. I really did not expect this from the council at all, and I'm extremely disappointed in our representatives. It is extremely shameful. We are compliant landlords, and the backlash we have received for exercising our freedom of speech is deeply concerning. We are not the people that your program, in your words, is designed to go after. And although you say that legal landlords won't be impacted by this program, we don't believe you. We have tried to engage in constructive dialogue with the council by sending countless requests for discussions, but our concerns have largely been ignored. Our repeated attempts to seek clarification on how the RRL program will differentiate between legal and illegal landlords have been unanswered. We need assurance that the program won't unfairly penalize compliant landlords, which the LTB and RTA already allow. Moreover, the rollout of RRL program seems rushed and lack transparency. We expected more through consultation and citizens and a clear communication about the program's objectives and implementations. The lack of information only adds to our apprehensions about its potential impact. As delegates, we asked questions regarding the RRL during 31st January town hall, and we received unsatisfactory answers. I would say there were no answers at all. Your own policymakers seem confused. The only adds to our apprehension about the RRL. We also need to address the broader implication of RRL program, particularly for the vulnerable groups like international students and low-income tenants. Where will they go if legal landlords are driven out of the market due to excessive regulations and unjust penalties? Besides this, how will you ensure that illegal landlords are penalized without unfairly affecting compliant ones? The program appears to target legal dwellings, as they are the ones automatically enrolled. But how will illegal ones be identified and enrolled? As representatives of the city, it is your responsibility to ensure that policies like RRL program are fair, transparent, and inclusive. We need clarity on how the RRL will address pressing issues such as overcrowding, parking congestion, and excessive garbage. Legal houses and basements are already compliant with safety regulations. So why implement additional regulations? How will the program handle situations where friends of the tenants reside without paying rent? Is the RRL solely affecting compliant units? How will non-compliant businesses be shut down? And how will the city safely house tenants impacted by the non-compliant landlords? Where will these tenants go? We have raised these questions repeatedly, yet they remain unanswered. Instead of addressing our concerns, we are labeled as slumlords, which could not be further from the truth. We seek a constructive dialogue, understanding that differing opinions don't equate to opposition to penalizing non-compliant landlords. We ask for fairness, protection of rights of compliant landlords, and safeguarding tenants until you can provincially resolve the issue that have led to the current crisis that we have. I'm not sure how the RRL program will help us at all until you advocate for a compliant landlords and tenants and ensure equitable provincial policies that do not discriminate each group at the expense of each other. I don't trust that RRL will be any different from the current laws we have today. We will only be adding more fuel to the fire. The timing of the RRL rolling out is also very suspicious. We know that people use their cities as stepping stones for further political agendas and personal advancements. It has happened before, and it is like. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Aisha. And our last delegation is online, Baljeet Singh Sandhu.
Hello. Good morning, members of the council. I am myself Baljeet Sandhu, and I am here to address the issue of residential licensing program. And basically, last time also I have did the delegation, and I have requested. I tried to raise the issues there, and I suggested that these laws are not in compliance with the other laws, and they have given me the reply, but the reply they gave, it is not satisfactory to me. Like they said that the Municipality Act, Fire Act, and the Building Code Act, that is like there is a requirement for the inspections, and we do follow that law. And what they said that the officers will work with the landlord to arrange the inspection. I didn't understand this thing, how they what type will be the arrangement they will have when we have given the consent. Like you can like I have a rented unit, and I give my consent. Okay, you go in the unit, and you can do the inspection there. We have no issues. But according to the Rental Agency Act, you have to give the 24 hours notice to the tenant. So I also give the notice to the tenant also. But after that, if the tenant doesn't agree to for the inspection, how there will be compliance? And I think this act will. Last time I also said this act will violate with all these acts. That is like Municipality Act. Then you have a Tenancy Act. Then Business Licensing Act, and the Human Code, and then you have a Municipality Privacy Act. So it will like have a conflict with these acts. And I have heard the views from Mr. Ravi Soho, and I heard from the other delegates all those things. And although they seem like the process, and but my concern is again like it will be additional cost to the city and to the people, and it will there will be the conflict of interest with the other laws, and I don't think so it will comply with the other law. And I my suggestion would be like you should review this law with this bylaw with the other laws, like how you will comply with all those acts, and if there is a compliance, and and then I think we should not have any issue if this is implemented, but compliance is not possible, what I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Baljeet, for your delegation. So we've completed the delegations. I will take a motion from Councilor Power to receive all the delegations and the correspondence. All in favor? Motion carries. Now we have item 9.2.1, which is a report with the recommendations in front of us. And I'll take a motion on that. Seeing no questions, all in favor? Motion carries. Now I will move on to Mayor Brown's added item 8.3.1, which is?
Thank you for your indulgence. I do have to go back to the Auto Theft Summit. And if I just have three items, but I believe one of them that Councillor Tour and Singh can speak to. But the ones I wanted to speak to, the first one was item 8.3.1, which is discussion item at the request of Mayor Brown, Men Who Cook Century Gardens Reservation. This is an annual event that is put on by the United Achievers. I think you might be aware, incredible organization. They do scholarships. Just wait a second, yeah. They do scholarships for members of the Black youth in our community, and there's some incredible uplifting stories from this past scholarship winners who have done incredible things in our community. They wrote a letter saying that because of the rental fee, they actually have seen this event that supports it go down and down each year. One of the people who's part of this event is Mark Andrews, who is the Key to the City honoree this year. And I thought, what a nice gesture. And this request came in, what if we said we waive the rental fee this year to allow them to not be out this year, but that the waiver of the fee goes towards a scholarship in Mark Andrews' name. And the clerk's looking at my wording, and and I know that she'll find a way to put that into writing. And just to say, if you want to go on April 20th, they have every chef has to put their own dish, their favorite dishes together, and everything goes towards the scholarship. And it's a lot of fun. You'll see about 50, 60 local chefs. I'm not a chef, but I participate each year with the help of my mother-in-law so that the food is edible. But please support United Achievers. And I think we probably have the motion ready now. Oh, just another minute.
Mark Andrews.
And if anyone else wants to join as a chef, feel there's still time to do so. Councillor Keenan makes a great buffalo chicken wrap at Keenan's if you want to put it in. I know Commissioner Ganesh tells me he has some great Guyanese food that he cooks at home, so knowing that the cause is such a great one, please consider rallying behind this special event. It's always an evening event, and you get your own chef's hat to wear if you participate.
Okay. Are we good with the wording?
Yep.
I think the is on twice.
Okay. You're in the chair.
Okay, we have the motion on the floor. All those in favor? Motion carries. And we'll move on to 11.3.1, which I believe was Faraday.
Yeah, so appropriate this is today considering we're dealing with the Auto Theft Summit. And what we've seen across the GTA in recent years is increases in the range of 180, 200% in auto thefts. Astronomical. Just, it is out of control. What was interesting is in the pilot areas where we hand out the Faraday bags, it did not parrot what we saw elsewhere in the GTA. We actually saw a decrease in 4 of the 5 areas, and that's, I think, an increase of 1 or 2 in one of the areas. At the same time, The rest of Peel saw a massive increase. So it did have the desired outcome. Some could say it shifted people elsewhere in Peel or elsewhere in the GTA, but it was noticeable when the trend everywhere in the province is one direction and it wasn't in these pilot areas. We kept the pilot areas secret not to give car thieves the heads up. But given that it was successful, I looked at the cost of doing it citywide, and it's expensive. It's about 1.5 million. Razvan, was that the number? We managed to get the pilot sponsored through the Automobilers Association, Performance Auto Group. I don't think we'd be able to get it sponsored at this cost. But what I was thinking is maybe rather than us send them out, one option that Razmin came up with was we make it on a request basis. And so that we have a stockpile at City Hall, and in our newsletters we can include, if you want to have a Faraday bag, best practices, you call this number or email this number, we'll send one to you. So it is recognizing that it's worked, and we can encourage best practices, but it's on a request basis, not a disbursement to the entire city. And I think the cost for simply doing on request, if we got, was it 10,000? Yeah, 10,000 bags. So it is a different dynamic and affordable, and I think would continue to give us the ability to educate on best practices and how these Faraday bags are helpful.
Okay.
And if I can move that option. I know the staff outlined a number of options, so if council was scared, I was going to suggest the 1.5 million option. I'm not. As much as I would love for everyone to have one, I think this would be the responsible approach to continue the education. Yeah.
So there are motions.
So the option that I'm recommending is the one that is the request basis, not mail out. What option number is that, Razmin? In the staff report, it has the options, yeah.
Should we bring the, sorry, is there, should we bring the staff report?
It should be in your council
Yeah,
agenda.
Through the chair, the staff report was an informational report.
Yeah.
I believe for the draft motion, it just says that there was a request to move forward with the expansion of the program on a request basis.
Expansion of the Faraday.
No, but if they use up the 10,000, then we can come back and get more. But I think that's a realistic number. We used up what we had last year. The remainder we gave out at the farmer's market, but I think 10,000 would give us a basis to respond to requests.
Okay. Are we good with the wording for this motion? Yeah, we might as well receive, which item was that also?
I wouldn't say developed, I'd say be continued on a request basis.
That was 8.2.2 staff report, results of 2020.
Instead of be developed, be continued. It doesn't need to be developed, it's already developed. And kudos to Razmin and her team for working on this.
So can we just add receiving 8.2.2 as well? And we'll take it all together.
And thank you for council's indulgence.
Perfect. We have a motion on the floor that the Faraday Bag program be developed on a by request basis, that the Faraday Bag program be continued on a by, oh, sorry, that's the motion, and that 8.2.2 be received. Moved by Mayor Brown. All in favor? Motion carries. Now we will recess for lunch until 1:30. need to check if we have quorum. Online.
Thank you, Chair Singh. We have online Councilors Brar, Medeiros, and Fortini, and in the room we have Councilors Santos, Vincente, Keenan,
Powers.
Powers on his way in, and yourself.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, we have government relations, 7.1, staff update regarding government relations matter.
Good afternoon, and through the chair. I'll begin today's presentation with regional updates. The Regional Council is meeting this week, and staff have identified a number of items we wanted to bring to your attention. Next slide, please. You can move to the next slide. Thank you. First, we have item 11.2, Asylum Claimant Sustainable Response Model. The report provides an update on regional advocacy efforts and development of a sustainable, person-centered model to better support asylum claimants, featuring a regional reception center. The report calls for a strategic, coordinated approach to supporting asylum claimants from all levels of government. Regional staff also acknowledged $22.5 million in federal funding through the Interim Housing Assistance Program. Brampton has been supporting the ongoing advocacy for adequate resources to provide the necessary supports for asylum claimants arriving in Peel. Additionally, the city continues to work with newcomer agencies to support a smooth transition of individuals into the community. Next slide, please. Next, we have item 11.4, Strategic Housing and Homelessness Committee Report, Recommendation Report. The report recommends that the Strategic Housing and Homelessness Committee not be reinstated. Regional staff observed that the housing crisis is a priority for all levels of government and at this point requires attention from the Regional Council. City staff agree with the Regional staff recommendations and support collaborative engagement by the Regional Council on housing and homelessness initiatives and advocacy. Next slide, please. Item 15.2 is 2023 Statement of Remuneration and Expenses Report, which is statutory report and requirement as per Section 284(1) of Municipal Act. The city's same report for the city is included in today's agenda. Next slide, please. Next, we have 17.5, Water and Wastewater Housing Enabling Infrastructure Procurement Strategies to support Bill 23. The report provides an update on ongoing efforts, challenges, and proposed strategies for infrastructure planning. Progress towards the new master plan, which includes an assessment of the infrastructure required to meet Bill 23, growth projections, continues and is scheduled to be completed in 2025. The city staff continue to work and continue to advocate and work with the province and the region for adequate funding to support and enable implementation of Bill 23 and to meet the necessary infrastructure needs related to Brampton's housing pledge. Next slide, please. The regional agenda also features two motions brought forward by Councillor Santos. First is item 20.1, a motion that calls for advocacy with the province for changes to the Highway Traffic Act, which will allow municipalities to install automated speeding enforcement cameras outside of community safety zones and school zones, with legislative changes to include doubling speeding fines and introduction of escalating sanctions for repeat offenders. Second motion, which is item 20.2, calls on Peel to join the advocacy effort by FCM for federal government to deliver a housing and homelessness plan in consultation with municipalities and other stakeholders, and that the region advocate to the federal government to provide allocation-based funding attached to each asylum claimant arriving in Peel. I'll only point out that these points here are only highlights from both motions. I'll also mention something that Mayor Brown has also highlighted first thing in the morning today, which is that the Peel Regional Police is hosting today our theft summit as we speak. Next slide, please. Moving on to provincial updates, the province has announced more than $26 million in grant funding to support non-for-profit organizations across the province. The Resilient Communities Fund was established to help Ontario non-for-profit organizations address pandemic-related challenges. This most recent funding benefits a number of non-for-profits that work and operate in Brampton, and this is included in the presentation. Next slide, please. Earlier this month, the government also announced expansion of the income eligibility for Ontario Electricity Support Program by 35% to support 100,000 additional households. This program benefits the most vulnerable members in our population, such as seniors and individuals using electricity-intensive medical devices. Next slide, please. The Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks was in Brampton earlier this month to announce $2.5 million in funding for project led by the City of Brampton to enhance key wetland areas in the Etobicoke Creek watershed through the Wetlands Conservation Partner Program. The project, delivered in partnership with the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, will take place in 4 locations, including Loafers Lake and Park and Conservation Drive Park. Next slide, please. The Minister of Finance also has announced that the 2024 Ontario budget will be tabled on Tuesday, March 26th. I'll only observe that the members of council had an opportunity to meet with Brampton members of provincial parliament to discuss city's formal pre-budget submission early in the year and discuss key priorities. GR staff will follow the budget announcement closely and will provide initial analysis and highlights from the budget document. Next slide, please. Moving on to federal announcements. Excuse me. The government announced $10 million to support expansion of protected areas in the province, including wetlands and other ecologically sensitive areas in central and southern Ontario. Next slide, please. We have also learned that the 2024 federal budget will be presented by Minister of Finance on April 16th. Similar to provincial budget, members of council had an opportunity to meet and discuss the city's submission with Brampton members of parliament, and GR staff will be providing an overview and highlights from the budget. Next slide. And last slide in today's presentation highlights an investment of $65 million by Rochelle Inc., one of North America's largest manufacturers of smart armored vehicles. The company is investing in a new global headquarters and production facility in Brampton, bringing an additional 500 advanced manufacturing jobs to the city. And this concludes today's presentation.
Thank you. Do any members have any questions? Oh, we're last. Any members have any questions? Hearing and seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Powers to receive the presentation. All those in favor? The motion carries. Moving on, I'm going to do Community Services, Legislative Services, and Economic Development together because there's no reports. So we'll move on. Is there any questions from the public? To the clerk, anybody submit any questions for those 3 online? No? Do any councillors have any questions for Community Services, Legislative Services, or Economic Development? Seeing none, we'll move on to Corporate Services, which is item 11.3.2, which is a discussion item at the request of Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to our communications director. So just as part of the 50th celebration, it's interesting because I've been running into, former mayors, former councillors, etc. And there seems to be a lot of interest in wanting to know if there will be some form of celebration or something of that line. So I'm just wondering, as maybe taken under consideration, if there will be an opportunity to bring everyone together, former aldermen, etc., and sort of, I'm not sure, formal recognition. That's something that council can decide, or you can propose, but some form of inclusion into the 50th anniversary celebrations.
Okay, that was valid. They're just looking for.
If you can't get back to me now, you can get back to me at council, or if you can just,
Sure.
that's fine.
Let's do that. Would you like to refer this item to council then?
Yeah, if that's okay. If it's that committee's will, we can refer to council next week.
Sure, let's do that, okay? So we have a referral motion for Councilor Medeiros to move the discussion item. All those in favor? Thank you, Councilor Medeiros, and that'll be discussed at council. Moving on to Public Works, I will pass it on to Chair Vicente, to the Chair of the Public Works section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, we're now moving on to 12.2.1, the staff report on 40 kilometer per hour speed limit neighborhood pilot results citywide. This item was held by Councillor Santos.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. So I held this item because we've been getting fantastic briefings from staff about not just about this success of the 40-kilometer speed limit reduction on local roads in the pilot program, but also all the other traffic calming measures on local roads. And I know I'm bringing a motion forward at the region to actually ask the region essentially to catch up with the work we're doing on traffic calming on local roads. But we're doing things like road diets, we're having more automated speed enforcement cameras. I believe, Kevin, the number is 150 in total, is that correct? Something like that? Sorry, Kevin.
Through the chair, I believe the number was 185 total.
185, more than 150. Okay, that's good. And then high-resolution cameras and speed cushions and flexi signs and road diets. And so we're trying very hard with whatever tools we have right now to address issues related to speeding and residents who are complaining about speeding on their local roads. And at the regional level tomorrow, as shared by Government Relations, there is a motion. So I've spoken to Peel Region of Peel Police as well as Region of Peel staff to talk about looking at other ways to more consistently implement traffic calming on regional roads, because it's that time of year again where there's going to be street racing and more speeding now that the snow is out of the way. That being said, because we're doing so many different things that residents have been asking us to do on traffic calming, I'm going to suggest that we have an insert in our newsletter, local councillor newsletter, and the mayor's newsletter that summarizes what we've done on some of the local roads, what our plans are for this year. And in the background, Councillor Keenan and I have been speaking with staff about putting together a map, and I believe it's going to be coming in the form of GIS, on our GIS tracking, like how we track snow plows and everything else, but to show one place for residents to go to take a look at what traffic calming measures have been implemented at the local level, because there's been quite a significant amount. And so maybe if I could, I guess, look to the commissioner or somebody from communications or corporate services, can you take that feedback to have an insert in a separate insert in our councillor newsletter, mayor newsletter that goes out next season to share all the traffic calming measures per ward, and maybe even a QR code for the GIS map to show that points to all the other traffic calming measures. Can we do that?
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, yes, we can certainly do that. We can work with our communications team to ensure that we provide that information through the upcoming newsletters.
That would be great. And as like an additional page in the newsletter.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
per ward, because that I think residents need to know what's being implemented, and what's also coming up. So do you need a motion for that, or can you take that as direction?
We can take that as direction through the chair. Thank you.
Yeah? Okay, perfect. Well, I look forward to that and sharing the news of all the ways that we're trying to slow down traffic, keeping in mind that every time we try to implement all these traffic calming measures and the cars slow down, we get complaints that the cars are moving too slow. It's a catch-22 there. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and for your work and the work of every member that has worked on this. Excuse me. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the report. All in favor? Any opposed with that direction? That carries. Our next item is 12.2.2, report on time limit parking for 8th Drive, Ward 9. Councillor Tour.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. One, just want to say thank you to staff for working on this and finding a solution for this. But, sorry, Kevin. Just to make sure that we're going to have signage in place
that identifies this as a 20-minute stopping area?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, is there a way for us to make that exclusive to trucks, not to cars? Because the intent was for that. My fear is that the location where it is and being so close to dealerships, that maybe it's, customers of the dealerships that are stopping, pulling over there for any reason, or people just waiting for somebody pulling over there and doing that. The intent of this is so that trucks that are leaving, facilities like Magna, like the other facilities that are there, before they're getting on the highway, they stop there, get their coffee quickly at the gas station, and they're back on the highway. That's the intent. Can we have signage that is more specific to that? Something like a truck lay-by, a 20-minute stop period, something like that.
Through the chair to Councillor Tur, currently there's no legal way to do that through the current schedules of the bylaw. There's no column in our schedules that differentiate between vehicle type, but if we do expect to expand this throughout the city, it would probably be worthwhile to look into either adding a schedule for this or adding a column within our no parking and time limit parking schedules to incorporate this.
So before this came up, I remember there was a discussion, I don't know if it was brought up by the mayor at some point, to have something like this for a temporary stop for truck drivers, or it might have been the previous council that had done this. I don't know what that resulted in. Is that part of, could that be sort of going in the same direction where we went with this thing and formalizing it?
Through the chair, yes, that would be correct to formalize that process.
Okay, how would we do that going forward from this meeting?
Through the chair, Councillor Tur, we'd have to look into some amendments to some of the schedules in the bylaw and potentially the bylaw text as well. So we can work with our colleagues in legal to try to figure that out as soon as we can.
Okay, then could that be the direction from this meeting then, that you work with appropriate staff to ensure that we can amend those bylaws to have that in place?
Through the chair, yes, we can do that. And in addition, what we could also do is provide some additional signage on site to show that the intention of this area is for truck parking, although it wouldn't be enforceable by our enforcement team at this time. It probably would help to deter some of that undesired parking in that area.
So that signage would be more for truck specific? I know it'll be a challenge on the enforcement, but at least we can get the signage up so that, kind of like an honor system, that
Through the
you
chair,
leave the
yes,
space for the
definitely.
trucks.
It would be more of an honor system, and people probably wouldn't know the difference if it was a legal sign or not. So I think it would be effective, and what we can also do is just monitor the situation to see if there is a lot of cars trying to park there for a 20-minute period, and work with our partners in enforcement just to keep an eye on that.
Sounds good. When can the signage be up?
Through the chair, we can get the signage up as soon as council passes the bylaw next Wednesday.
Okay, sounds good. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tur. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, and just to maybe help along, is it possible to send the verbiage of what the signs would say prior to that, just so, understandably it can't be enforced, but, if it says, truck parking only, or what the options would be for the councillor to choose what may be most appropriate for there?
Through the chair to Councillor Keenan, we can definitely provide some wording and maybe even work with our colleagues in Stratcom to make sure it's appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, members. So we have direction for staff and motion moved by Councillor Tur to approve the report. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Our next item, members of committee, is 12.2.5, also held by Councillor Tur. Councillor.
Let's see the item. Okay. Again, thank you to staff for putting this together. I'm glad to see Clark Way is going to get the much needed expansion. I spoke with our new commissioner about this as well. But just to make sure that we've had a parallel discussion about the intersection of Countryside and Clark Way that staff have looked at. They've done a study about that. And that that intersection is supposed to be signalized down the road in the future, but there's a desire to get that intersection signalized now. Just keeping road safety in mind there, and the way that intersection is. Just don't want to expand on that, but I just want to make sure that while we're doing this, can we use this as the opportunity to look at that intersection, whatever we do to signalize it and expand it, we do it to the ultimate now, if that could be incorporated in the design, so that once in 2026, when the construction for Clarkway happens, you're not sort of having to change too many things at that intersection. We expand it today if we can.
Through the chair to Councillor Tour, absolutely, as part of the design process, we will complete the full design of that signalized intersection and then ensure that we coordinate the work and prioritize that work as soon as possible once all the land acquisition is completed.
It's completed. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tour, would you like to move receipt of the report? Moved by Councillor Tour. All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Our next item is the discussion item requested by Mayor Brown. Madam Clerk, is the mayor online? Because we can move the item to... So Councillor Tour will speak to item 12.3.2. Councillor.
Assuming this is, just waiting for it to come up on screen. Countryside and Bellini. So yes, the mayor added this item, and because he is away right now at the Auto Theft Summit, he asked that we still speak to it so that we can get moving on it. That intersection of Countryside Drive and Bellini Avenue has been, I believe, there has been a traffic study complete for that intersection to see if we can get traffic lights on there. That intersection is starting to prove to be dangerous to a point that Peel Police is regularly at that intersection to curb speeding. The problem with this particular intersection is, although it is, I would say, too close to the two traffic lights that are east and west of this intersection, the problem is with the how the street is, where it dips and it comes up, where people don't have the full view of vehicles that are traveling on this, and vehicles that speed on Countryside Drive, because of which Peel Police is now on site regularly, especially in the weekends, trying to curb that as a problem. But this is resulting in people having to take a long time to get onto Countryside Drive, whether they're getting on from Bellini or on the north side from Stanley Carberry. If they're trying to get onto Countryside Drive, they're sort of guessing if a car is in that dip or not, and if they're trying to look out into the distance, and sometimes they're making a bad guess with it because cars are going over the speed limit, and that has been causing an issue there. So I believe the mayor has received a lot of calls about this as well, and his intent is to see what we can do to signalize that as an intersection, what it would take to get us to that point.
Through the chair to Councillor Tour, we can certainly have staff do a further investigation to confirm any existing traffic safety issues, conduct a further study to confirm whether a signalized intersection is in fact warranted, and then provide some options with respect to ways to create a safer environment along that stretch of road.
Okay, excellent. So I'll refer this to staff to report back on this at a later time.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a referral motion and staff to come back, but moved by Councillor Tour. All in favor? That carries. Next, that completes our Public Works items, so no correspondence. Do any members have questions regarding this section of the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to potential questions from members of the public. Are there any, Madam Chair? Madam Clerk? Very good. And there are no questions from members of the public here in the council. Move on to referred matters. Do any members have questions or comments regarding the referred matters or the first quarter update for 2024? Seeing none, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Tour to receive that staff report, and that is approved. We have public question period one more time. Madam Clerk, still no questions from members of the public, and seeing none here in chambers.
I do have one. I'll just read it out. It's just received. Good afternoon. I'd like to ask a question regarding the RRL report. According to the revised RRL pilot project report, the RRL does not set out occupancy limits. However, there has to be a limit on the number of people living in a house. Is there a standard to determine this? How can it be enforced by the RRL pilot project? From Kevin Russell.
Okay, so we have a question from Kevin. I would ask planning if they can provide a response here and now.
Through the chair, if I could ask the clerk just to repeat part of the question, was it occupancy lengths or limits?
Is there a standard to determine the limit of the number of people living in a house, and how could it be enforced by the RRL pilot project?
Through the chair, there's no sort of universal standard to limit the amount of occupants in a house. It all depends on the type of the information RRL landlord would denote on their application, and then that information is then used by enforcement based on complaints to see if the number of occupants exceed that.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, do we have any further questions? Okay, so next we'll move on to closed session business. I will ask the clerk to summarize the items that we still have remaining in closed session agenda to deal with today.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Item 15.1 was dealt with via the consent agenda. So we do have items 15.2, an open meeting exception 239K of the Municipal Act of Position Plan and Procedure, as well as item 15.3 under section 239K as well. And I'll look for a motion to move those two into closed session. 15 minutes would be appreciated.
So we have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to go into closed session at 2:15. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Members of committee, we are now resuming. In the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report in public session the outcomes from today's closed session business. 15.1 was in consent. 15.2, the item was considered in closed session, information was received, and no direction was given. For item 15.3, the item was considered in closed session, information was received, and direction was given as follows. I'll ask the clerk to display. There's nothing to display. And so with that, our final item is adjournment. Committee is next scheduled to meet on April the 10th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion moved by Councillor Power to adjourn today's meeting. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you all. This meeting is now adjourned. Have a good afternoon.